Chapter 1505. Originally, there were some things that were unknown to the public, and only a limited number of people knew about them. Many years ago, the magic dragon general had once attacked the primal chaos realm, but was stopped by the human emperor. At that time, he was not yet an emperor realm cultivator, and as a result, he suffered a great loss and his origin was damaged. After retreating to the Devil Blood realm, the magic dragon general entered the Emperor realm while healing, but his origin was still not recovered. Currently, he was thinking about how to repair his origin. If he did not repair his origin, he would not be able to advance any further. Therefore, Dragon Language knew that it would be difficult for the magic dragon general to do anything to Night Sorrow even if he came out of seclusion. Dragon Language felt that the magic dragon general's actual combat strength was stronger than hers, but not by much. At most, he was on par with Night Sorrow, or at most a bit stronger. Because of this, there were some flaws in her words. This small, almost undetectable flaw was caught by Night Sorrow. "Welcome. As long as you don't interfere or affect the trend of the realm war, you can go now," Night Sorrow said with a smile. Dragon Language was a person who could afford to lose. He believed in Dragon Language's character. Night Sorrow was also very happy. Dragon Language did not refute, which proved that his guess was right. "Your Majesty needs to find a passage to the celestial realm. He often travels to various realms. Perhaps he can find something in your primal chaos realm," Dragon Language said. She really wanted to go to the primal chaos realm. "Normally speaking, your Devil Blood realm should have a passage to the celestial realm, right?" Night Sorrow said. "There is, but your Majesty has not had the chance to use it. I won't say much today. You should leave after resting. Don't come back until the realm war is over." "Night Sorrow, your Majesty does not want to talk to you anymore." Dragon Language stood up and roared at Night Sorrow. She realized that she couldn't speak to Night Sorrow when she was an opponent. She regretted what she had just said because she had revealed something else. After Dragon Language left, Night Sorrow took out a jar of wine and poured a glass for himself and Datura. "Let's celebrate. We've been waiting for some good news. I have to say, your brain works really fast. You even noticed some details that others didn't notice. It seems that the Magic Dragon General situation isn't as difficult to deal with as we thought. Also, I discovered that the relationship between the Dragon Language and the Magic Dragon General is somewhat subtle," Datura said. "That should be the case. At present, I still have the Interrealm Teleportation Crystal. It is not difficult to use the King Grade Teleportation Crystal to connect the Demon Blood World to the Black Yellow Great World. Then, we can connect it to the Blood Cloud Great World. After that, we can start the war," Night Sorrow said after taking a sip of wine. He was the only one on the I-1 network. Everyone else /is X-pirated v. "Well, I just came out with you for a walk. You can make all the decisions." Datura nodded. She really felt that she came out with Night Sorrow to have fun. Night Sorrow would handle everything properly. Then, Night Sorrow and Datura left the VIP building in the Water City. After changing their clothes slightly, they returned to the Demon Blood World. After leaving the Demon Blood City, Night Sorrow and Datura entered the vast wilderness. Then, they found an area suitable for hoarding troops and defense. Then, they set up a teleportation formation to connect it to the United Army camp of the Black Yellow Great World. Then, they set up a defensive formation and an illusory formation. After setting up the stronghold, Night Sorrow and Datura were teleported back to the Black Yellow Great World. However, Night Sorrow's doppelganger stayed behind. Someone had to watch the teleportation formation. Seeing Night Sorrow come back, the Lords of Heaven of the Chaotic Realm were very happy. When they arrived at the command tent, Night Sorrow told them about the investigation after entering the Demon Blood World and the agreement he made with Dragon Language. "Night Sorrow, you can make these decisions directly. You are now the Commander-in-Chief of the United Army," Lord of Heaven God Who said. "It's better for everyone to discuss." Night Sorrow smiled. Night Sorrow, you don't have to decline this. Everyone has their own considerations. Relying on us old guys won't solve any problems. Tang Jianfeng also expressed his attitude. Night Sorrow, tell us your opinion and decision. Qing Emperor said. He fully supported Night Sorrow, but he didn't say it. Because he was the master, he wanted to avoid arousing suspicion. I have already set up the stronghold over there. I have also set up a simple defensive formation. In order to prevent the enemy's diviners from destroying it in advance, our men must enter as soon as possible. As long as our men arrive, they won't be afraid of divining anything. At worst, it will be a hard battle, Night Sorrow said. Then let's start the teleportation. 2 people will stay here. The rest will go over and defend the stronghold first. The integration of the men can be carried out at the stronghold over there. We will strengthen the stronghold while preparing for war, Tang Jianfeng said. Okay, that's a good idea. Qing Emperor nodded. My doppelganger is already there. Everyone can make the arrangements. Now, I want to go home and see my wife and children, Night Sorrow said with a smile. You are really bold to say that you miss your other wives in front of Aluo, Lord of Heaven. Precious Fragrance said with a smile. Night Sorrow is a member of the Gu family. The other sisters don't have it easy either. Datura smiled. He didn't mind this matter. When Night Sorrow's original body was at home, she would push Night Sorrow to others. After leaving the allied army's tent with Datura, Night Sorrow went to the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. He wanted to ask the origin of the Xuanhuan Great World if there was anything he needed to avoid or do before the realm war started. As soon as Night Sorrow arrived at the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, the origin of the Xuanhuan Great World appeared and welcomed Night Sorrow and Datura into the Heaven and Earth Pavilion with a smile. The origin of the Xuanhuan Great World brought Night Sorrow and Datura to a more comfortable space in the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. A match made in heaven. The sage and his wife are really a match made in heaven. In addition, the sage's trip to the Devil Blood realm should be very smooth, right? Yes, it's going rather smoothly. In order to completely resolve the danger that the Devil Blood domain poses to us, we will launch a counterattack. Does Senior have any advice for this junior? Yi Shang nodded and asked. We won't plunder anything. In fact, as long as the realm war goes smoothly, the Chaos realm will be blessed with the Heavenly Way's fate. You can make the arrangements as you see fit. Remember to be careful. Safety is important. The origin of the Xuanhuan Great World nodded to Night Sorrow. Then, Night Sorrow and Datura left the Xuanhuan Great World. After leaving the Xuanhuan Great World and arriving at 9 Regions City, Datura muttered, so stingy. I'm your wife, but he didn't give me any treasures or anything. Luo, the origin of the world is the life of the Heavenly Way. It doesn't have many emotions and does things according to its own rules. How could it give you treasures just because you're my wife? Night Sorrow said with a smile. Datura smiled and nodded. She was just joking. Night Sorrow's return made the whole family very happy. During the family reunion banquet, Yi Xiaoluo and Yi Xiaolei went to Night Sorrow's side and sat with one on each side. The whole family was very happy and harmonious. At this time, in the Water Realm, Huhu had returned to report that he had arrived at the Magic Dragon Palace. However, he did not see the Magic Dragon General. He had only asked the chief steward of the Magic Dragon Palace for the Dragon Language Memory Crystal. Huhu, our Water Realm will not participate in this realm war, the Dragon Language said to Huhu. In the Water Realm, the Dragon Language was actually the overseer. Some things were managed by Huhu. Chapter 1506. Do you really want to know? Dragon Language looked at Huhu. Not really. I just don't understand, Huhu said. Then let me tell you. Inaccurate information kills people. Night Sorrow is not the virtuous saint, but the virtuous great saint. When I attacked him with the Dragon Flame of Destruction, his protective golden light shook, and a part of the Dragon Flame of Destruction's power disappeared. Why? Because the virtuous great saint is a monarch. Even king's level of energy can't hurt him. Cultivators of the same level are no match for him. Even if your majesty is a heavenly lord of destruction, his attack power will be weakened, dragon language said. Virtuous great saint. But Tian Lan and the others are talking about the virtuous great saint. These fools, their information is inaccurate, Hu said with a frown. Inaccurate information was indeed a trap. You saw his combat power that day. Your majesty used all his strength, but your majesty doesn't know if he used all his strength. He showed mercy, so why can't we go through? Dragon language said. But the chief. Is it appropriate for us to do this? Hu didn't understand dragon language's way of doing things. This was equivalent to not being on the same side as the magic dragon general. You don't have to ask about this. Your majesty is the master of Blackwater realm. He's only responsible for the stability of Blackwater realm. Your majesty doesn't care about anything else. Just follow your majesty's instructions. Dragon language waved his hand. Then I'll make the arrangements. Hu nodded. Hu, you've been with your majesty for a long time. No matter how this world changes, your majesty will take you and protect you, even if one day you have to leave this place and go to another world, dragon language said. In the demon blood world, the person she trusted the most was Hu. He was more of a friend than a subordinate. Hu nodded and left the Blackwater Palace to handle some matters. As the actual ruler and manager of a world, Hu was a smart person. He noticed that the relationship between the dragon language and the magic dragon general was a little strange, but since the dragon language didn't want to talk about it, he didn't ask. All he needed to do was to arrange things for the dragon language. When they arrived at the Blackwater City Lord residence, Hu gathered all the heavenly monarchs and leaders of the forces and announced the decision of the dragon language. Everyone was surprised and looked at Hu. We are the heaven monarchs of the Blackwater Great World. We are in charge of the Blackwater Great World's affairs. We'll do whatever the princess tells us to do. Everyone, please remember that we are the princess subordinates. Since they aren't attacking Blackwater World, we shouldn't seek trouble for ourselves. That's how it is, Hu said. The other heavenly monarchs nodded. Since the dragon language said so, they would do as they were told. Release some spies. We need to know what is going on outside. Also, we need to record the people from other worlds. We will only allow them to seek refuge once. Don't treat us Blackwater Great World as fools. We can't let the princess bear the name of disbelief, Hu said. At that moment, in the magic dragon palace of the demon blood world, an old man in a red battle robe appeared and sat on the throne. There was a red crack between the old man's eyebrows. His face was full of anger. He was the magic dragon general, the leader of the demon blood realm. What's the matter by crushing this king's messaging crystal? Don't you know that this king is in seclusion? The magic dragon general was displeased. His true body was in seclusion to cultivate his realm while his clone was cultivating his ultimate skill. The one who came out now was his clone. The princess sent someone to deliver a memory crystal ball. Also, the realm lord hasn't read the battle report about the realm war, a woman with green hair said. She was the magic dragon palace's manager, Shi. After reading the message crystal ball in the dragon language, the magic dragon general smashed it to pieces. The anger on his face was even more intense. Shi was so scared that she didn't dare to say anything. Evil creature, you really think you're all grown up, the magic dragon general scolded. When the dragon language left the demon blood world to explore, the magic dragon general only felt that it was strange at first. Later, he realized that something was wrong. By the time he realized that something was wrong, the dragon language's wings had already grown up. There were some things that the magic dragon general knew best. He originally thought that the dragon language would never know, but after the dragon language established itself and never returned to the demon blood world, the magic dragon general came to understand some things. The dragon language might have already noticed, but even so, he couldn't do anything because some things couldn't be brought up on the table. Now that he saw the dragon language crystal ball, he was even more furious. However, he still couldn't do anything. He couldn't touch his daughter on the surface. Besides, there was the problem of strength. He was also afraid of the dragon language's strength. The magic dragon general might have an advantage over other cultivators due to his racial talent, but he was at a disadvantage in front of the dragon language. They were both dragons, and the dragon language had the right bloodline for dragons, so it had a suppressive effect on the side branches. Then, the magic dragon general listened to Shi Ye's report about the previous realm war. 2 pieces of trash. The other side didn't have any half-step imperial realm cultivators. One of their clones was killed, and the other was killed, the magic dragon general roared angrily. The Demon Blood Legion, Sky Fiend Legion, and Realm Lord Lai Bing's Blood Cloud Legion are all stationed in Demon Sealing City to defend, Shi said. What's the point of defending? We'll fight our way over first. This king will personally lead a team over there. The magic dragon general glared at Shi Yi. Realm Lord, you saw the princess's message in the crystal ball. It was the princess's decision after she was defeated. The other side might have already sent people into the demon blood realm, Shi Yi said. Then, Shi Yi reported in detail about the realm war and what happened in the Blackwater world. The realm lord that Shi Yi mentioned was the realm lord. It was a world of difference from the realm lords of the Eastern Xian realm and the Taiqing realm. Let's go. We'll set up camp in Forbidden City. No matter how many of them come, this king will kill them all. The magic dragon general's murderous aura rippled in all directions. After Night Sorrow had dinner with his family, he chatted casually with his parents and old Mr. Gu. Son, I don't understand your world, but you have to be careful. Our family is very stable now, and everything is going well. It's not good outside. If there are difficulties, we will come back. Yu Qing said. Mother, don't worry. Night Sorrow smiled and nodded. After staying at home for a few days, Night Sorrow and Datura set off. Wu Lingfei's original body was cultivating in the sub-body of the Haotian godly pagoda, and her avatar also left with Night Sorrow. When Night Sorrow arrived at the alliance camp of the Sea King's palace, he realized that most of the troops had disappeared. The ones overseeing this place were actually Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord, whom he had not seen for a while. Other than him, there were also Misty Rain and Heavenly Lord Precious Fragrance. Update soonest, Lord Heavenly Lord is here. Night Sorrow cupped his hands at Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord. Night Sorrow, I haven't seen you for a while, but your name has already shaken the world. After the victory of the Border Region War, Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord's situation has improved a lot. This seat's avatar is here. Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord smiled. Night Sorrow introduced Wu Lingfei to Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord and his 2 companions. Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord and his 2 companions were very polite and respectful. Regardless of cultivation, Wu Lingfei was someone that Night Sorrow valued, and that was enough. Say the 7th watch has arrived. Chapter 1507. Qing Emperor, City Lord Tang, and the others have all gone to your stronghold. This place will be guarded by me, Yu Fei, and Liu Xiang, the 2 heavenly lords. Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord said. Then I'll have to trouble you here. I'll go there too. Night Sorrow said. He knew that this place was very safe because there weren't many people on the other side of the void tunnel. It was mainly for defense. Okay, I'll inform you immediately if anything happens. Even if they attack, this sealing array can hold them off for a while. Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord nodded. Night Sorrow took Datura and Wu Lingfei to the stronghold he had set up in the Demon Blood world through the teleportation array. The stronghold was located in the Demon Blood world's Thousand Blades Mountain. It wasn't far from Demon Blood City. Night Sorrow saw Misty Rain beside Qing Emperor. Night Sorrow knew that it might be a doppelganger, but he couldn't tell without checking. Of course, he couldn't check casually as it was impolite. The original body and the doppelganger were in 2 different battlefields. This was the fastest way to transmit information. If something happened at the void tunnel in the Sea King's palace, they would know immediately. The Yuanshu army was also there. When they saw Night Sorrow, Yu Feng ran to Night Sorrow to report. After greeting everyone, Night Sorrow went to the Nine Heavens Army's stronghold and set up a tent. When Night Sorrow wanted to set up a tent for Wu Lingfei, she refused. She wanted to find Ling Long and Nan Liyue. Night Sorrow thought about it and felt that it was okay. Wu Lingfei was very familiar with the members of the God-slaying team. After bringing Wu Lingfei to the God-slaying team's stronghold, Night Sorrow called Long Jin, Liang Yu, Yun Huang, and Qin Zhen. Aunt Fei wants to go out for a walk. She'll stay with you for the time being. You have to take care of what happens next, Night Sorrow said. 13th brother, don't worry. If you want us to live, we won't let anything happen to Aunt Fei. Tianyu knew what kind of relationship Night Sorrow and Wu Lingfei had. And all of you, don't be stupid. This is a realm war, so be careful. Night Sorrow looked at the group before him and said. V most Q knew, previous carrot, actually, regardless of whether it's a realm war, or a war between forces, what we need to do is to eliminate our opponents. Those who stand in our way will be cut down. It's that simple, Long Jin said. You guys have won. I can't be bothered to talk about you guys anymore. Call me if you need anything. Feeling somewhat helpless, Night Sorrow turned and left. He knew that this was the God-slaying squad, and that they had the fighting spirit of tigers and wolves. After returning to his tent, Night Sorrow and Datura discussed the current situation. Ah Luo, we can confirm that there might be a problem between the dragon language and the magic dragon general. Can a diviner divine it? Night Sorrow suddenly had an idea. We can try that. Datura felt that this method was feasible. Just as the two of them were talking, Qian Qiangwei and Qian Yu arrived. You guys chat. I'll go talk to the others. Datura stood up and left the tent. She was going to find the other heavenly monarchs to ask for a diviner. Greetings, Captain. Qian Qiangwei and Qian Yu cupped their hands at Night Sorrow. The two of you are so boring. I let you join the God-slaying squad because I want you to gain more experience and achieve more, not because I want to lose friends. Qian Yu, aren't we brothers? Qiangwei, you called yourself second sister back then. After hearing Qian Qiangwei and Qian Yu's words, Night Sorrow was very unhappy. Hee. You're a little reserved. Night Sorrow is like this. My eldest sister came out of the Nine Heavens Pagoda. After knowing our situation, she also wanted to come, Qian Yu said. Eldest sister entered the Nine Heavens Pagoda because of a fortuitous encounter. In the end, her achievements now are inferior to the two of us. Qian Qiangwei patted her brother's shoulder and said. After Qian Qiangwei and Qian Yu entered the God-slaying squad, their cultivation rose extremely rapidly. They crossed the original bottleneck and their cultivation rose in a straight line. They were both two-star king. Come on. You know the rules. After bringing eldest sister here, greet Long Jin and the rest. Night Sorrow said. All right. When the war is over, second sister will cook a table of food and wine for you. Qian Qiangwei said. After exiting the tent, Qian Yu and Qian Qiangwei walked towards the teleportation array. Father and mother didn't give birth to a brother for me, but the heavens sent one. Perhaps this is the greatest blessing in my life. Qian Yu said somewhat emotionally. Not long after Qian Yu and Qian Qiangwei left, Datura brought Qing Emperor, Tang Jianfeng, and the rest into Night Sorrow's tent. Master, City Lord Tang, everyone sit. Night Sorrow invited everyone to sit. Then, he took out a cup of soul tea. War is war, but good tea still needs to be drunk. We know what you're thinking. It's hard to say if this can be divined, but we can try. Qing Emperor said. Lord Heavenly Lord, if you want to divine, you need a medium. In other words, you need something related to the other party. A man brought by Tang Jianfeng said. That's not easy. That's an opponent, and a strong one at that. It's not easy to come into contact with her. Hearing the requirements, Night Sorrow was a little conflicted. There is. That day when you were fighting, she dropped a scale and it splashed to my side. Datura took out a shining black scale. That's enough. Everyone can wait for the results. The fortune teller bowed to everyone in the tent and then left the tent. The army's integration is almost complete. The joint attack array formation is also very mature, Qing Emperor said. Everyone has to cultivate the joint attack array formation. War is about strength. Another thing is information. With accurate information, we can make the right judgment and decision, Night Sorrow said. Upon hearing Night Sorrow's words, Tang Jianfeng smiled awkwardly. We've been in the midst of setting up defenses and integrating. This matter hasn't been settled yet. We'll immediately release the spies of each army. The main ones are the Demon Blood World and the Blood Cloud Great World. Don't send anyone from the Blackwater Great World. Night Sorrow reminded them. Everything that followed proceeded in an orderly manner. Night Sorrow's main body entered the Haotian Divine Pagoda to cultivate because there was still the spacetime will to deduce. In addition, the fourth drop of soul cultivation fluid in his divine sea had not been completely refined. On this day, Dragon Language, who was listening to Huhu's report, stood up. Something doesn't feel right. It seems like someone has done something to your majesty. By the way, you said that there's no movement at all. There's no movement at all. The chief has appeared and gone to Demon Sealing City. However, he hasn't launched an attack, Huhu said. There's no movement. That means we haven't found anything yet. Night Sorrow must have begun his deployment. A storm will come soon, Dragon Language said as he looked at the sky outside the Blackwater Palace. Princess, are you sure? Huhu asked. Yes. Unfortunately, the Demon Blood domain hasn't been alerted. When the other party launches an attack, everything will be passive. However, Your Majesty said that he won't participate in the domain war, so he won't participate. Dragon Language paced back and forth in the Blackwater Palace. He just felt that something was wrong. At this time, at the top of Thousand Blades Mountain, the diviner of Xianhuang City was performing a divination. He said. The first update. I'll try my best to update 2 more times before 10 o'clock. Chapter 1508. As the clairvoyant used his divination technique, scenes appeared one after another, which were then recorded in the crystal ball. After recording the results of the divination, the clairvoyant took the crystal ball and found Tang Jianfeng. Tang Jianfeng took the crystal ball to Night Sorrow's tent. After activating the crystal ball, Night Sorrow, Datura, and the others watched it carefully. The scenes in the crystal ball were illusory, followed by the scene of an ancient tree towering into the sky. There was a huge egg with patterns on it in a cave in the forest. Then, a human figure appeared and took the egg away. Then the egg hatched, and a little girl appeared. Then, it was the little girl's growth. The scene passed very quickly, and the last scene was the battle between Night Sorrow and Draconic Whisper. Night Sorrow destroyed a scale on Draconic Whisper's body. Night Sorrow, the dragon language is not the magic dragon general's daughter. It was stolen. Datura looked at Night Sorrow, his eyes full of shock. So, there is a gap between the dragon language and the magic dragon general. The magic dragon general stole their child, separating them from their flesh and blood. The dragon language should have discovered something, Night Sorrow said. If that's the case, we can basically ignore the dragon language's influence on the realm war, Qing Emperor said. Night Sorrow, the information you received from your trip to the Devil Blood realm is very accurate and effective. If this continues, we will be facing the strength of 2 great worlds. Last time, in the battle of our Black-Yellow Great World, their legions suffered heavy losses, and the 2 legions' commanders were also seriously injured. So, the only resistance we have now is their leader, the Magic Dragon General, Qing Emperor said. We don't know how strong the Magic Dragon General is, but according to what we know now, he won't be too strong. But there is one thing we can't ignore. The magic dragon general can steal the egg of the dragon's offspring. This means that his knowledge and experience must be much greater than ours. He can come into contact with things we can't, Night Sorrow said after thinking for a while. Yes, sometimes experience and methods can change the outcome. We must be careful. Qing Emperor looked at Night Sorrow and nodded. His disciple's cautiousness made him feel more at ease. He is an evil dragon. Last time, Master, you were poisoned by an evil dragon, Poison Centipede. We know what kind of methods he has. If we are not careful, we will be at a disadvantage. Night Sorrow said. The others nodded. Caution was the parent of safety. One careless mistake could lead to death. No one wanted such a thing to happen. After chatting for a while, everyone dispersed. Night Sorrow, you will have to deal with the magic dragon general in the end. Nothing must go wrong. We don't know how powerful the flames and poison centipede of an evil dragon at the imperial level are, Datura said. Yes, we don't know. Because of our background and our level, our horizons are limited. Night Sorrow nodded. In the following days, Night Sorrow's original body cultivated while his doppelganger watched the legions reorganize. He also went to watch Qing Emperor and the others set up the defensive formation. This place would become the base of the realm war. It could not be hidden from others and could be easily attacked. So, defense was the most important thing. After returning from the god-slaying team's camp, Night Sorrow fell into deep thought. Night Sorrow, what are you thinking about? Datura asked. That dragon language is of the destruction attribute, but it is not complete. When she fought against me, she was suppressed. If she has the complete destruction attribute, then she can help the demon blood world's origin overcome the danger of destruction. Night Sorrow gave his analysis. There are many branches of the supreme attribute. Fire, wind, and so on. It is very difficult to have a perfect supreme attribute. It depends on the level of your innate talent. If the level is low, you will have to slowly comprehend it. Datura said. Actually, she was also thinking about this problem. The death attribute also contained the destruction attribute. Knowing that the evil dragon's poison was tyrannical, Night Sorrow worked hard every day to cultivate the virtuous indestructible avatar. The virtuous indestructible avatar's defense was extremely strong. It could be said that it was immune to all poisons. Night Sorrow wanted to improve. After being divined by the divination master, dragon language calmed down. That mysterious influence was no longer present. I forgot to ask that bastard Night Sorrow for a method. Right now, they are hiding very deeply. They are in a state of war. We can't find anything. There is no way to find him, dragon language said. Princess, do you want to find a divination master to do a divination? Huhu asked. Chapter D, Section 1, Part 08Y, alright, we'll do as you say. Divine where he is. Your Majesty also wants to see just what he is playing at. Dragon language nodded. Huhu's idea was very much to her liking. Huhu went to do some work. There were 2 divination masters in Water City's City Lord's residence. Huhu randomly grabbed one and went to the VIP building. He found the traces that Night Sorrow had left behind and began the divination. Night Sorrow did not deliberately hide anything, so it was easily divined. The location and situation of the Allied Army's main camp were recorded in a memory crystal ball by the divination master. Holding the memory crystal ball, Huhu went to Water Palace and handed the crystal ball to Dragon Language. After taking a look, Draconic let out a sigh of relief. As expected, they're preparing for battle. Or rather, they're already prepared for battle. So fast. Huhu was also surprised. They have already investigated the Devil Blood Domain situation. Naturally, they are prepared to attack. Therefore, the Devil Blood Domain is already at a disadvantage. Their allied army's main camp should be at Thousand Edge Mountain. Alright, just pretend that you don't know about this. Your Majesty should go. If he knows about this, he should be provoked. Dragon language said. Princess, please be careful. Huhu nodded. Arrange for the heavenly lords to guard the teleportation array. They can come in, but don't let them come in again. Dragon language said. After instructing Huhu, Dragon language's body flashed and left Water Palace. She went to the teleportation array and teleported to Devil Blood City. Then, she flew towards Thousand Edge Mountain. Because of the memory crystal ball as a marker, Dragon language did not have to spend much effort to find the location of the Chaos Realm's allied army. Standing at the top of Thousand Edge Mountain and looking down at the Chaos Realm's allied army, Dragon language shook her head. She could naturally see that there was an extremely powerful defensive array outside the allied army. It was not that easy to break through. After watching for a while, Dragon language thought for a moment and then took a deep breath. Night sorrow, night sorrow. She shouted in dragon language. Her voice was like an energy wave that rippled in all directions. The first to receive it was the Chaos Realm's allied army's main camp. Night sorrow, who was meditating, opened his eyes. Datura, who was meditating beside him, was looking at him. It's dragon language. I didn't expect her to find this place. I don't know what she wants. I'll go take a look. Night Sorrow said. Alright, go take a look. But now is not the time for conflict. Datura reminded Night Sorrow. When Night Sorrow arrived at Thousand Edge Mountain, Dragon Language was studying the memory crystal ball. Chapter 1509. Whether or not your majesty is going to participate in the realm war. Don't you think you're meddling too much? Dragon Language said as he tossed the crystal ball in his hand. Fine. What can I do about it? Night Sorrow realized that Dragon Language was an unruly woman. What does your majesty want? How much do you think this crystal ball is worth? If your majesty finds someone to give it to Xia Bing, Lai Bing, and the others, it shouldn't be cheap. However, we've drunk wine and tea together before, so your majesty wants to give it to you first, Dragon Language said as he looked at the crystal ball in his hand. Aren't you threatening me? Night Sorrow said with a smile. Look at the RR of Q1 inch, how can you say that? Your majesty thinks that it's useful to you, so you should spend some money to buy it. Dragon Language's face was filled with an expression of wanting to help Night Sorrow. Sigh. Actually, there's something that I've always kept in my heart. Now that I think about it, it's not a bad choice. In your words, we've drunk wine and tea together before, so I'll give it to you first. Night Sorrow took out the memory crystal ball of Dragon Language's origin and activated it. The image in the crystal ball continued to flow. Draconic kept watching until the image ended. You despicable person. After watching it, Dragon Language was not as hysterical as Night Sorrow imagined. Instead, he was very calm. Do you want to buy it? Night Sorrow asked with a smile. No. Your Majesty isn't afraid. Your Majesty dares to stop Water World from participating in the realm war. Do you think your Majesty will be afraid of this? Your Majesty has entered King's realm and awakened his bloodline and knows some things. He didn't fall out with me because he raised me. I didn't fall out with him, but that doesn't mean that I'm afraid of falling out with him, Dragon Language said. I'm sorry. I was too impulsive. I shouldn't have rubbed salt on your wound, Night Sorrow said apologetically. It's nothing. You didn't take it out, didn't use it to make us fall out, didn't use it to start a war. Dragon Language, appreciate it, Dragon Language said. It's good that you know that. A gentleman knows what to do and what not to do. Night Sorrow, would never do such a despicable thing. Night Sorrow waved his hand and threw the crystal ball to Dragon Language. Do you want grand air? Dragon Language pointed at the crystal ball in his hand and asked. There's no point. This place is impregnable. We're not afraid of anyone who wants to attack us. However, I'm thankful that you didn't expose us in the past. Night Sorrow took out a jar of wine and tossed it to Dragon Language. That's true. Don't misunderstand. Your Majesty didn't mean to threaten you. He was just curious about what you were doing. He wanted to make some good tea with the crystal ball and play with you. Are you going to give him the tea? Dragon Language looked at Night Sorrow and asked. Here. You're practically a bandit. Night Sorrow took out a bag of tea and tossed it to Dragon Language. That's enough. Your Majesty said that you're not allowed to go to the water world before the realm war ends. You're not a petty person. If you want to go, go. However, be careful. If your Majesty is in a bad mood one day, he'll kill you. Dragon Language made a throat-slitting gesture and then left in a flash. After Dragon Language left, Qing Emperor, Tang Jianfeng, and Sky Lord Shen Hu went to Night Sorrow's side. Qing Emperor looked in the direction that Dragon Language left and thought for a moment. He then turned to Night Sorrow and said, I heard your conversation. Under normal circumstances, she shouldn't have disrupted our plans. Probably not. She's not a petty person. Night Sorrow nodded and said. Then, they returned to the command tent. Datura had also arrived. Night Sorrow, news is constantly coming back. We're gathering information. When we have enough information, we'll formulate a war plan. I'll leave this matter to you. Tang Jianfeng said. City Lord Tang, let's discuss this matter. Night Sorrow said with a smile. That won't do. In terms of army leadership, tactics, and strategic arrangements, we're far inferior to you. This matter must be done by you. You can't refuse. Sky Lord Shen Hu said. Night Sorrow nodded helplessly. Since everyone said so, he couldn't refuse. Ah Luo, go to the 9 grand floors and bring Xuanji here. Let her handle all the information. She'll know what I need and what I don't. Night Sorrow said to Datura. Okay, I'll go get her. Datura nodded. Ha, I've heard about your 9 Heavens Army's female strategist. Tang Jianfeng said. After Jun Xuanji came, Night Sorrow specially set up a tent for him and put him in charge of all the information and intelligence. Qing Emperor and the others continued to strengthen the stronghold's defenses. After the war began, this place would be exposed and might be attacked by the enemy. Night Sorrow went to the Blood Cloud Great World once and set up a teleportation array. This meant that they could attack the Blood Cloud Great World at any time. Half a month after Jun Xuanji came, he brought a stack of information to Night Sorrow's tent. Xuanji, you've worked hard this time. When it comes to war, I feel that working with you is the most dependable, Night Sorrow said as he brewed a pot of tea. Actually, I like this feeling too. I can feel the value of my existence. I've organized the information, and some of it is useless. I've also had my spies investigate the key information twice. The enemy's army is currently hoarding in Demon Sealing City, Jun Xuanji said. Demon Sealing City is where the spatial wormhole is, right? Night Sorrow confirmed after thinking for a moment. That's right. The dominator of the demonic blood great world, who is also the leader, Mo Longjiang, is also in Demon Sealing City. Whether it's his original body or his doppelganger, we can't be sure, Jun Xuanji said. The Magic Dragon General is in Demon Sealing City. That means that the Demon Blood World's Demon Blood City only has one of the Magic Dragon General's main body or a clone. Night Sorrow's eyes lit up. That's right. Isn't that what you want? Jun Xuanji smiled. Ha, you understand me. The most important thing in war is momentum. If we can destroy the enemy's base, why not? Night Sorrow nodded. There's a chance, but I have to remind you of something important. The biggest variable in this war is whether or not the water world is as you expect. If they change their minds, then our estimation of their strength will be wrong, and it'll be easy for problems to arise, Jun Xuanji said. She was analyzing the problem from an objective point of view. There shouldn't be a mistake. The biggest variable here is how strong the Magic Dragon General is and whether or not we can quickly take him down, Night Sorrow said. Jun Xuanji did not say anything else. Apart from that, there were no other problems. Following this, Night Sorrow gathered all the higher-ups of the allied army in the command tent. Next, Night Sorrow began to plan the battle. I'll take care of the teleportation formation. When we attack, I'll immediately destroy Demon Blood City's teleportation formation so that they won't be able to come back in time. Chapter 15:12. Everyone is here. Please take a seat. Night Sorrow gestured for everyone to take a seat. We heard what you said. We didn't do that, Tang Jianfeng said. It's just some thoughts and ideas. Children have to rely on themselves to grow. As a father, I just need to give them a good starting point and a good cultivation environment, Night Sorrow said. You already know what happened. This is everyone's idea. With the emergence of the Realm War, the development of the Chaos Realm has changed. A snake can't do without a head, so we need a real leader. I know you hate trouble, but this is the general trend. It's your responsibility, Tang Jianfeng said. I'll do what I have to do. Night Sorrow nodded. After the ceremony, we'll prepare the domain chief's manor. Everyone will act according to the rules. The Chaos Realm will stabilize and develop better, Lord of Heaven God Who said. Where should we put the domain chief's manor? Tang Jianfeng asked. Everyone else was also thinking about it. Night Sorrow's world is good. If you ask where is the safest place in the Chaos Realm, it's the 9-domain world. Night Sorrow is the realm lord of the 9-domain world. It's unbreakable. The other 9-domain world is in the core area of the 3 major world groups. It's more convenient, Qing Emperor said. That's more suitable. But I haven't been to the 9-domain world yet, Tang Jianfeng said. 6 Nif Night Sorrow smiled and explained the general situation of the 9-domain world. A new world, a supreme source. This is the potential of a major world. It's amazing, Lord of Heaven God Who said with some emotion. It's less than 100,000 years old, so it has a long lifespan. Even during the Great Calamity, I can protect the source and the source can continue to give birth to new worlds. In addition, if the 3 major worlds of the Chaos Realm reach the Great Calamity, I'll do my best to protect the source and give them a chance to be reborn, Night Sorrow said. Ha, that's great. Lord of Heaven God Who laughed. It's all good news. Lord of Heaven Yuandao nodded. After chatting for a while, everyone went to prepare for battle. The development of the primal chaos domain was a matter of the future. The most important thing right now was to resolve the realm war. Night Sorrow took out Evil Soldier's skeleton and gave it to Datura. Arrow, go and throw this into the dark abyss. This way, Evil Soldier's doppelganger can ignore it. Alright, that's another problem solved. Datura smiled and nodded. Then, he left using the teleportation array. With the development of the teleportation array, it would only take a moment to do this. When Datura came back to drink tea with Night Sorrow, Xia Bing, who was meditating at the entrance of the wormhole, stood up. His face was filled with pain. He understood what was going on. This was what Lai Bing had suffered back then. Anger and helplessness. These were Xia Bing's feelings. He was angry because he was tortured like this. He was helpless because he could not solve it. He did not even dare to go to the primal chaos domain. If he went there now, he would be courting death. He was not afraid of others, but he was afraid of Night Sorrow. If Night Sorrow wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as cutting vegetables. After thinking for a while, Xia Bing looked in the direction of the main tent. The magic dragon general was meditating there. The pain continued to come. Xia Bing made a decision. When the magic dragon general was not here, he would enter the wormhole and negotiate with the primal chaos domain, even if it meant surrendering. He knew that he could not bear the torture that had accumulated over the years. Xia Bing does not have much fighting power. When he sees us, he will have to submit. Lai Bing only has his original body. He is not much of a deterrent. Night Sorrow said. Datura nodded. There were 4 experts in the Devil Blood domain. Magic Dragon General, Dragon Princess, Dragon Language, Sky Blade Lai Bing, and Devil Blade Xia Bing. Devil Blade Xia Bing's original body was destroyed. Only his doppelganger was still recovering. Now, the body of his original body was thrown into the dark abyss by Datura Datura. It was gnawed by the devil spirit and had no fighting power. It was negligible. Sky Blade Lai Bing's doppelganger was destroyed. Although he had recovered, he still had a strong sense of fear for Night Sorrow. If Night Sorrow could destroy him once, he could naturally do it again. Dragon Princess and Dragon Language, who were ranked higher than Xia Bing and Lai Bing in terms of fighting power, had decided to withdraw from the realm war after being defeated by Night Sorrow once. In other words, in this realm war, the one to be dealt with was the Magic Dragon General. Soon, it was time to decide the battle. Night Sorrow stood at the entrance of the tent and watched the people quickly gather and mobilize. A moment later, all the Lords of Heaven gathered at Night Sorrow's tent. Region Master, my doppelganger is ready. He can teleport to the Demon Sealing City at any time to destroy the teleportation formation, Wuling Mountain Master, who came with Tang Jianfeng, said. After the battle, Master will be able to feel the situation and take action when it's time. Let's go now. Our main members will go to the Thousand Blade City first. Night Sorrow led everyone to the teleportation formation. At this time, there were 4 subsidiary teleportation formations next to the main teleportation formation. This was to prepare for the rapid teleportation of people. In addition, last night, Night Sorrow had received a piece of good news from Lord of Heaven. He had set up a teleportation formation on a large lapis lazuli. Lapis lazuli was extremely sturdy. Even if it was moved, the structure of the teleportation formation on it would not change. Therefore, the chaotic region had 4 teleportation formations that could be activated instantly. Yishan led the Heaven Monarchs and flew to the Thousand Blade City. Before the Thousand Blade City's defenders could react, the teleportation array had been seized. Master, you can move now. After giving the order, Night Sorrow boarded the teleportation formation and began to teleport towards the Demon Blood City. After leaving the Demon Blood City, Night Sorrow's original body and doppelganger appeared at the same time. They began to attack the guards of the teleportation formation. Then, the people who rushed over began to kill the guards around the teleportation formation. Not to mention that the guards of the teleportation formation were just sovereigns, even Lords of Heaven were killed by Night Sorrow. With Night Sorrow's original body and doppelganger attacking with all their might, the guards of the teleportation formation were all killed in an instant. Qing Emperor and Sima Tiancheng began to set up a sealing formation. It was a sealing formation that prevented the teleportation formation from operating. At this time, the Wuling Mountain Master came to Night Sorrow's side. Region Master, the teleportation formation of the Demon Sealing City has been destroyed. Will the magic dragon appear? Night Sorrow asked the Wuling Mountain Master. Yes, but before he arrived, I activated the trap and kill formation disc and the teleportation formation disc and left. The Wuling Mountain Master reported the situation. Very good. Master, your doppelganger is guarding the United Forces camp, so you don't have to come. Set up the teleportation formation and begin the mass teleportation. Senior brother, let's go. Night Sorrow shouted to Sandalwood. Then, he flew towards the Magic Dragon Palace, which was the lair of the Magic Dragon General. Seeing Night Sorrow and Sandalwood fly away, Datura was a little anxious. He could only watch as the warriors of the 9 Heavens army continuously teleported over. Hurry up! Datura shouted. Chapter 15-14. And L equals, J underscore, and L equals, and, unsealed ice seal. White ice energy blocked the evil dragon's flames. The white figure was none other than Wu Lingfei in her white dress. Datura wasn't able to completely block the evil dragon's flames. The remaining parts were blocked by Wu Lingfei's ice seal. Ice could counter fire, but it needed to be at the same level of energy. At the very least, the difference couldn't be too great. Wu Lingfei was a junior king, and her ice energy was also at the level of a junior king. Compared to the magic dragon's flames, the difference was too great. She could only block it for a moment before the ice energy collapsed. However, Wu Lingfei had bought everyone some time. Seeing that the people behind her had dodged, Wu Lingfei leaped into the air. The flames flew under her feet and landed on the ground, burning a large hole in the ground. Cool M. Craftsman Net, only one original version, the others are all pirated. Datura flashed to Wu Lingfei's side. Aunt Fei, are you alright? I'm fine. Wu Lingfei smiled at Datura. The anxious expression on Datura's face let her know that Datura really cared about her. At this time, the Magic Dragon General couldn't attack anyone else because Night Sorrow was angry. He couldn't withstand the violent attacks from his anger. Faster! Faster! The Magic Dragon General was very anxious. His clone was flying at top speed. Being bombarded by Night Sorrow's soul attack and material attack, the Magic Dragon General couldn't withstand it and kept retreating. Although Luo Yunyang used his war blade to defend himself, the energy from Night Sorrow's two poles kept attacking his body, causing his protective dragon flames to weaken. Great Emperor Reincarnation / Night Sorrow's main body used his ultimate skill. After the main body used his ultimate skill, Night Sorrow's clone also used his ultimate skill, Great Death Destruction / Night Sorrow discovered that the Magic Dragon General's defense was no longer as watertight as it had been in the beginning, and time did not allow them to continue fighting so steadily. The Magic Dragon was a great Emperor Realm cultivator and was extremely fast. It wouldn't take long for the clone to teleport to the nearest city and then rush over. The halo of negative effects from the lost skill landed on the Magic Dragon General. Immediately, the Magic Dragon General's soul defense decreased, and the flames on its body became much weaker. Kill! With a low roar, Night Sorrow Samsara used Void Extreme Kill, while his doppelganger used Return Origin Kill, which was close to the concept of annihilation. The two rods seemed to pass through the void and appeared in front of the Magic Dragon General. One was the head, and the other was the dantian in the abdomen. Night Sorrow was attacking the Dragon General's two vital points at the same time. The Magic Dragon General's sword blocked the attack on its abdomen, while its left hand turned into a dragon claw, blocking the attack on its forehead. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Night Sorrow's attack was blocked by the Magic Dragon General's sword, but the sword was also deflected away. At this time, Night Sorrow Samsara used Void Extreme Kill to pierce the center of the Magic Dragon General's left claw. A purple halo rippled, and the Magic Dragon General's left claw was directly pierced through. The Magic Dragon General endured the pain and pulled its left claw to the left. The light did not enter its forehead, but pierced its left eye. The Magic Dragon General roared, and a light burst out from its head, shaking off the purple and black halos produced by Night Sorrow's lost skill. The sword in its right hand swung, forcing Night Sorrow to retreat. However, Night Sorrow, who was forced to retreat, once again used his lost skill and launched a second attack. With the help of the soul-extinguishing crescent blade, the two lost skills were released again. Everyone watching the battle tensed up. Everyone knew that Night Sorrow was going to kill the Magic Dragon General, and it had reached a critical moment. At this time, the Magic Dragon General's condition had deteriorated. Its left claw was injured, and its left eye was pierced blind, which greatly affected it. After the halo produced by the lost skill covered the Magic Dragon General once again, Night Sorrow Samsara and Space Splitter slid down the sky, falling towards the Magic Dragon General. At this time, in the air dozens of miles away, the Magic Dragon General's clone appeared. When Qing Emperor and the others went to intercept it, the Magic Dragon General's clone roared, "Melt!" After the roar, the Magic Dragon General's clone directly disappeared. When it reappeared, it emerged from the Magic Dragon General's body and blocked in front of the main body. It appeared with the soul-extinguishing crescent blade on its head. However, before it could react, Night Sorrow's Samsara poured into its forehead, and then the energy burst annihilated its head. Space Splitter also pierced its dantian in the abdomen. At this time, the Magic Dragon General's main body quickly retreated and then shouted, "Explode!" Following the explosion, the Magic Dragon General's clone exploded, and the violent shockwave sent Night Sorrow flying. The Magic Dragon General's main body didn't continue to fight with Night Sorrow and continued to retreat. Run? Night Sorrow naturally didn't want the Magic Dragon General to run away. He avoided the energy wave of the Magic Dragon General's clone's explosion and began to chase after it. However, the Magic Dragon General had already run some distance away. Night Sorrow chased after it, and the others also followed. Everyone was worried about Night Sorrow and wanted to know the result. At this time, Night Sorrow's main body and clone had merged into one, and they were closely chasing after the Magic Dragon General. Heaven falls and earth rends, open. The Magic Dragon General roared in an ancient manner in Demon Blood City. Following the Magic Dragon General's roar, a series of explosions were heard, and a dark spatial passage appeared. The passage was full of evil energy. The Magic Dragon General used the evil dragon's flames to protect his body, and rushed in with the power of heaven and earth. Then, he turned around and fiercely slashed a few times. Collapse. After Night Sorrow arrived, the space began to collapse. Night Sorrow couldn't enter, and the Magic Dragon General didn't have a chance to chase after it. Night Sorrow helplessly shook his head, and then put some Sara back into the sheath on his back. That's the passage to the Celestial Realm, but it's already been destroyed. He didn't give anyone a chance at all. Dragon Language appeared, wearing a blue dress. Actually, when the Magic Dragon General's clone appeared, Dragon Language also arrived, but she was watching in the dark. Then I'm still going to kill him, start a realm war, make everyone suffer, and then just leave. Night Sorrow was still a little angry. The passage is destroyed. It's not that easy to go to the Celestial Realm. Dragon Language shook her head. She also wanted to go to the Celestial Realm, but with the passage destroyed, there was no hope. Without this passage, I can't go to the Celestial Realm. Humph. He escaped this time, but he won't be able to escape again. Night Sorrow was a little unhappy that he didn't kill the Magic Dragon General. You should be content. He's an Emperor Realm cultivator, and you killed his clone. What else do you want? Dragon Language was a little speechless. Why should I be content? He deserves to die. Long Jean, who followed Datura over with the god-slaying squad, said. He was now as angry as Night Sorrow. If it weren't for Datura and Wu Lingfei's quick reaction, the god-slaying squad would have suffered heavy losses. Your Majesty, why are you so angry? Dragon Language looked Long Jean up and down. Who are you? Why do you care if I'm angry or not? Captain, I'm going to set the Demon Blood Palace on fire. The angry Long Jean planned to go back and set the palace on fire. Forget it, there's no point. Dragon Language, as a reward for not attacking this time, I'll consider bringing you along when I go to the Celestial Realm. Let's go back. Night Sorrow breathed out, adjusted his emotions, and flew back to the Demon Blood Palace with his people. Search for Cool Craftsman website on WeChat, follow the name of the new work, and read the full text. L equals, and, said. Chapter 1520. Genius 1 second remember love go/little. I'll bring you an exciting novel to read. To read a book, please go to $__. Website $. Master. Yi Yujun stood up and bowed to Lord Heavenly Lord. Good, very good. That night, follow me to the Origin Tao Celestial. Your father is powerful, but I'm not necessarily better at teaching others, Lord Heavenly Lord said with a smile. Xiaoluo, what about you? Night Sorrow looked at Yi Xiaoluo and asked. Father, Mother said that as long as I'm willing to work hard and cultivate with her, I'll definitely be able to dominate the world in the future. Yi Xiaoluo's voice was a little soft because he knew it was a little impolite. You bastard. Night Sorrow was speechless. Why am I a bastard? Can't I teach an expert? Datura glanced at Night Sorrow. You guys win. Night Sorrow smiled helplessly. I like you too, child. Your mother specializes in the death attribute and will guide you well. If you have any questions about the time attribute, you can look for me at the Origin Tao Celestial anytime. Even if you're not my disciple, I'm willing to teach you, Lord Heavenly Lord said. Yi Shang and Mandela stood up and cupped their hands when they heard the words of Yuan Dao, Lord of Heaven. This was broad-mindedness and boldness. Cultivators more or less had some sectarian bias. Their consummate skills were kept secret and would not be passed on. However, Yuan Dao, Lord of Heaven, had displayed an extraordinary broad-mindedness. Domain Lord, what are you guys doing? Lord Heavenly Lord pulled Night Sorrow and Datura to sit down. Yi Shaoluo thanks Lord. Yi Shaoluo bowed to Lord Heavenly Lord. 9SJ version BM version RB Domain Lord, the Origin Tao Celestial will open up soon because the threat of the spatial tunnel no longer exists. Lord Heavenly Lord made his decision. This is a good thing. The Origin Tao Celestial has always been too mysterious. Lord Heavenly Lord also wants to recruit disciples. Night Sorrow suggested. I will. Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord nodded. After drinking and chatting, everyone decided to build a domain chief's manor in the 9-domain world. First of all, the 9-domain world was a young world with a long lifespan and room for development in the future. Night Sorrow was also from the 9-domain world. Furthermore, the 9-domain world was connected to the main cities of the 3 major worlds, which was also more convenient. Regarding this Night Sorrow, he didn't have any objections. However, he stated his own request. That was, in the near future, the various major powers wouldn't be able to enter the 9-domain world. High-level cultivators would only be able to visit their families and friends for fun. They wouldn't be able to search for opportunities. We will do it. Heaven Monarch Shen, who was the first to express his stance. The others were the same. Everyone understood that the 9 domains world was a new world, and cultivators needed time. Ha, Qing Emperor, you're in luck this time. Your Qing Emperor's dynasty has already built a city in the 9 regions world. You have the advantage, said the Red Emperor. Red Moon, you're thinking too much. Back then, because of the Celestial Sect's threat, I listened to Night Sorrow's suggestion and built a city in the 9 domains world. Although the city is being built, I've banned anyone from walking outside, said the Qing Emperor. Night Sorrow, you used the skeleton of a Heaven Monarch level ice dragon to set up the icebound formation. Aren't you afraid that the dragons will come after you? Asked the dragon language, who had been drinking and drinking without speaking much. I'm not afraid. Uncle Lai agreed to it. Uncle Lai is the ice dragon, said Night Sorrow with a smile. The ice dragon gave it to you. All right. The dragon language didn't know what to say because this shouldn't have happened. After the chat, Night Sorrow, Tai Shu Yen, and the others arranged for the guests to stay in the VIP building before returning to the city in the sky with their families. Night Sorrow called Yi Yujun to his side and sat down. When it comes to apprenticeship, the first thing is attitude. It has nothing to do with our status in the Yi clan, said Night Sorrow as he looked at his son. Father, I understand. Yi Yujun nodded. Attitude determines success. You must remember this. I believe in you. Night Sorrow patted his son's shoulder. Father, you are the pride of us siblings. We will work hard to become your pride, said Yi Yujun. Although you haven't apprenticed yet, your grandmasters and granduncles won't be stingy with their guidance. If you don't understand something, you can ask them. Auntie Ah Luo is also fine, said Night Sorrow as he looked at his 3 children. Father, don't worry. Yi Qing Yan and the others nodded. Yi Shaoluo, I'm worried about you the most. You must be calm. You must be calm in everything, said Night Sorrow as he looked at his youngest son. I've disappointed you today. Yi Shaoluo's voice was a bit low. No, I know you've changed a lot. Take it slow. Night Sorrow smiled at his son. Son, why are you telling me so much? You're the leader of the region. Can't you teach your son yourself, said Yu Qing. Today, I want to apologize to you, Mother, and everyone else. I may have to leave home for a while, said Night Sorrow as he put his arm around his youngest son's shoulder. Father, where are you going? Yi Xiaoluo's eyes were filled with disappointment. Sky Monarch isn't the highest level of a cultivator. The path of cultivation is endless. Above the Sky Monarch is the Emperor Realm. Father, can you let me cultivate to the Emperor Realm? Asked Night Sorrow as he looked at Yi Xiaoluo. Okay. I miss you, Father. I'll go to the Heaven Sealing Hall. Yi Xiaoluo nodded. Yes, the same goes for the rest of you. In the past few years, my clone in the Heaven Sealing Hall has been studying alchemy, weapon refinement, and array formation. I won't study it anymore. If you have any problems or want to solve them, come to the Heaven Sealing Hall to find me, said Night Sorrow to his children. Yu Qing sighed helplessly. She felt sorry for her son, but there were some things that she couldn't stop. Qing, you have to think about it. It's because of my hard work that I have achieved what I have today. We should be happy for my son's achievements. Didn't you hear the Sky Monarch say that this is an unprecedented achievement in the 3,000 worlds of the chaotic world? Yi Wuyo said. After everything was settled, the 9-region city began to build the domain chief's manor. All the major forces contributed resources. The people in charge were Qing Emperor, Tang Jianfeng, and Sky Monarch Shenhu. The three of them were the representatives of the three major world groups. They would also be the elders of the domain chief's manor in the future. Night Sorrow spent every day with his wife and children. Yi Yujun officially became Sky Monarch Yuandao's disciple and held a ceremony. After staying at home for a few days, Night Sorrow decided to solve the problem of the celestial sex Ling Tian. Otherwise, it would always be a hidden danger. He was worried about leaving. After asking someone to divine again and confirming that the celestial sect was still in the Kun lower world, Night Sorrow set off. The Kun lower world was surrounded by the star domain storm. However, Night Sorrow wanted to try. He wasn't afraid of the spatial turbulence within a domain. He could enter if he had the opportunity. Chapter 1521. The headquarters of the celestial sect in the celestial realm didn't ask Ling Tian and the others to go back because they hadn't completed the task. Ling Tian could only accept the order. He wanted to go to the celestial realm, but he also knew that without the support and approval of the headquarters, he wouldn't be able to survive in the celestial realm without a foundation. He could only wait for the right time to find a high-level world to plunder the origin energy. Only then could he complete the task. After Night Sorrow set out, he teleported many times between different worlds. When he came to the space world barrier closest to the Kun mortal world, he couldn't teleport anymore. Through the space world barrier, Night Sorrow found that the energy in the space turbulence was extremely violent, full of destructive and void energy. Among all the elemental energies in the world, the most violent was the destructive energy, and the most difficult to defend against was the void energy that could annihilate everything. If it's all destructive energy, there's no way to get through it. But the area with the void energy in the middle is an opportunity, Night Sorrow murmured. The void energy and Night Sorrow's genuine chi were of the same origin. If Night Sorrow used the void energy to protect himself, it would be very effective. After all, they were of the same origin. The void energy in the turbulence would be less aggressive and invasive. After taking a sip of wine, Night Sorrow tore the space world barrier and started to fly. Night Sorrow had to go through the turbulence in the space world to set up the transmission formation. He had a much bigger advantage than others, and he didn't need to take others with him. He had tried it. No matter which space world origin it was, it didn't reject him. The Qing Emperor needed 2 or 3 years to set up the transmission formation between the Xuanhuan Great World and the Samsara Great World. It took a lot of time to find people. People who didn't belong to this world couldn't break the space world barrier and enter. QY on UW. When the Qing Emperor entered a world, he offered a reward for finding people in the next space world. After finding them, he promised a high price and signed a promise. Then he used a space treasure to carry them through the turbulence in the space turbulence to the next space world barrier. Then he tore the space world barrier and asked the person who carried them to bring the transmission crystal in. Only then did he set up the transmission formation step by step. Knight Sorrow was now the deluxe merit Grand Sage, as well as the master of the primal chaos realm. He had the acknowledgement of the three world essences, and the other high-level and low-level worlds would not treat him as an enemy. Little Kong, in such a strong spatial turbulence, how long can you hold on if you give me time to rest? Knight Sorrow asked as he flew. As long as we have enough Saint Spirit stones, it won't be a problem, Shao Kong said. Right now, we lack everything but Holy Spirit stones, ha. When it came to Holy Spirit stones, Knight Sorrow was very confident. He had several million in wealth, and Lai Bing had given him 3 million. In addition to his previous savings, he didn't have to worry about Holy Spirit stones. While flying, Knight Sorrow felt the pressure. The spatial turbulence here was too strong. Back then, Haotian City, which was the current 9-region city, was wrapped in a spatial storm. Compared to the current spatial storm, it was like a drop in the ocean. The spatial turbulence here carried with it a strong suppression of the world's grand momentum. Ordinary spatial turbulence had its own laws, and the violent places had the additional will of the world. However, it definitely wouldn't have such a strong grand momentum. He couldn't comprehend it. Due to the restrictions of the world's shackles, Knight Sorrow was unable to comprehend the grand momentum of the heavenly Tao. In other words, he couldn't even become a half-step sovereign. However, Knight Sorrow knew that once he broke through the shackles and comprehended the grand momentum of the world, cultivating here would definitely be much easier. When he was tired, Knight Sorrow entered the Haotian Divine Pagoda to recover. With the time acceleration here, 2 hours of Knight Sorrow's rest was just a short while outside. After resting, Knight Sorrow continued flying. In the past, it wasn't difficult to set up a transportation formation in the Kun lower realm. That was because once the spatial turbulence passed, it would be a period of stability. Due to the restrictions of the world essences, King was unable to set up a transportation formation. It was always the sage kings who set it up in the spatial world at the most suitable time and the closest distance. Others couldn't do it like Knight Sorrow. While traveling in the spatial turbulence, Knight Sorrow was also tempering and condensing his vital energy. Back then, he had cultivated and consolidated his cultivation like this. It's a pretty good place. I'll really have to come here in the future. Knight Sorrow muttered. There were very few places that could help him condense his cultivation, but this place could. As he wasn't in a hurry, Knight Sorrow walked and stopped every now and then. On this day, while traveling, Knight Sorrow was stunned. Ahead of him was a zone of destructive energy. There were no streaks of void energy. In other words, he had to pass through this zone of destructive energy. There was no other way. Knight Sorrow increased his protective energy to the maximum and started traveling. With the invasion of destructive energy, Knight Sorrow's protective energy began to deplete rapidly. When his cultivation was depleted by more than half, Knight Sorrow wanted to rest. Then, the strand of colored energy in his body that didn't listen to his commands began to move quickly. The colored energy moved at full speed and merged with Knight Sorrow's protective energy shield. At this time, Knight Sorrow's soul power easily merged with the colored energy. Then, he could control it. He was too happy. For many years, Knight Sorrow had been trying to study and refine this energy. However, he couldn't do it. When his soul power merged, it was destroyed. When the void energy went up, there was no way to solve it. Today, when it was suppressed by destructive energy, this energy moved and merged with Knight Sorrow's soul power. Knight Sorrow was very excited. He knew that this was destructive energy. It was the purest form of destructive energy. It had to be known that it was produced in the most tyrannical destructive lightning tribulation. Knight Sorrow's body flashed and entered the Haotian God Pagoda. He sat down cross-legged and began to study this destructive energy. At this time, this destructive energy was moving quickly in Knight Sorrow's body. Although it was tyrannical, under the protection and control of Knight Sorrow's soul power, it didn't cause any damage to Knight Sorrow's body. Feeling something, Night Sorrow pointed with a finger of his right hand. The colored energy pulsed at the tip of his finger. Night Sorrow's body originally had 3 types of destructive energy. Under Night Sorrow's careful study, they had merged and strengthened. However, he couldn't control them. Now that he could control it, it was a trump card. Night Sorrow knew that once he thought of a way to strengthen this destructive energy and then research a destructive technique, he would have one more trump card. Night Sorrow had seen cultivators of the destruction attribute. Sandalwood and dragon language were both of them. However, Night Sorrow was sure that the destructive energy in their bodies wasn't as pure as his. Sandalwood's destructive energy was of the fire attribute, while the dragon languages was more tyrannical. However, there were other types of energy that weren't pure enough. He had to cultivate and strengthen it. If he could cultivate a destructive skill, it would come in handy. Chapter 1524. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little. Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. After arriving at Sky City, Night Sorrow called for Datura. Assemble a team of blood strike guards and wait for me at 9 Chong Building. What's wrong? Datura was surprised to see Night Sorrow's murderous expression. This had not happened in a long time. How dare you bully the disciples of Medicine Valley? You must be tired of living. My senior sister has been kidnapped, Night Sorrow said. Okay, they will be at 9 Chong Building soon. Datura was furious after hearing Night Sorrow's words. Night Sorrow brought Tang Qianqian to 9 Chong Building through the teleportation array. Fei Xiu, bring your men and follow me, Night Sorrow shouted to Fei Xiu, who was guarding 9 Chong Building. Young master, we will follow you, Hong Yi said. She could tell that Night Sorrow was going to kill someone. Okay. You two follow me. Senior sister Tang, do you know the location? Night Sorrow asked Tang Qianqian. I know. Zhan Feng is from Green Great Island. They should be going there since they kidnapped junior sister Jingyi, Tang Qianqian said. Give me the map, Night Sorrow shouted to Hong Yi. After taking out the map, Night Sorrow looked at it and found that it was an island in the original Sky Seizing Island. It was a subordinate force of Sky Seizing Island. At this moment, Datura arrived at 9 Chong Building with a team of blood strike guards. Ah Luo, Sky Seizing Island is now under the rule of Dark Abyss. I need the fastest way to Green Great Island. Datura pointed to Green Great Island on the map. How can I get to that area the fastest way? Datura had not been in charge of anything recently, so she was not very clear. However, she had brought along the commander of the Bloodthirsty Legion. You can go there directly. The City Lord's mansion of Green Great Island belongs to the Dark Abyss. Together with the Green Great Sect, they manage Green Great Island. Then let's go. Night Sorrow ordered. After 2 teleportations, the group arrived at Green Great Island. Night Sorrow brought his men into the City Lord's mansion. Inside the City Lord's mansion were the troops of the Dark Abyss. When they saw Datura and Night Sorrow, they all bowed in greeting. Night Sorrow and the others knew about Night Sorrow. I'm looking for someone. Do you know Zhan Feng? Night Sorrow didn't stand on ceremony and directly asked. This was because the matter was very urgent. If he was late, something irreversible might happen. Zhantai. This surname only belongs to the descendants of Zhantai Yang. We did not exterminate the Zhantai clan. The Qinghong sect is their power. The person in charge of the Dark Abyss said. Let's go. Night Sorrow shouted. The person in charge of the Dark Abyss led Night Sorrow and the others through Green Great Island's teleportation circle and arrived at the Qinghong sect. After arriving at the Qinghong sect, Night Sorrow activated his soul power and began to investigate. After a while, he found Lin Jingyi in a courtyard. Her arms were chained behind her back and she was hanging on the roof beam. A man was standing in front of her and poking her occasionally. Damn it! Night Sorrow roared. His body flashed and he flew towards the direction he was investigating. You can forgive the sins of the heavens, but you can't live with the sins you bring upon yourself. Kill them. Datura checked the direction Night Sorrow was flying in and immediately understood what was going on. He then gave the order to kill. The Qinghong sect didn't even have 2 sovereigns. How could they resist? Shishua had brought along sovereigns. The Qing Emperor's guardian team that Fei Xiu had brought was also very strong. After a while, the Qinghong sect was in a mess. After Night Sorrow flew to the courtyard, he waved his hand and sent the man flying. Then, with a shake of his right hand, he broke the chains and put Lin Jingyi down. It's okay now. Eat this. Night Sorrow supported Lin Jingyi and fed her a drop of life soul fluid. Who are you? How dare you interfere with the business of the Qinghong sect? The injured man shouted at Night Sorrow. After Zhan Taiyang died, I didn't kill all the forces he belonged to. However, this time, you asked for it. No one can bully the people around me just because of how good their background is or how strong the sect behind them is. No one can bully the people around me. Night Sorrow said coldly. Smiley face, who are you? The man felt that things were not going well. He was Zhan Taiyang's descendant, Zhan Taiyang. After Zhan Taiyang died, the people of the Zhan Tai clan came to the Qinghong sect established by his son. However, because they were used to being arrogant in the past, their evil nature was ingrained in their bones. My name is Night Sorrow. When you die, you will know who killed you. Night Sorrow's right hand vibrated with energy. He planned to end this Zhan Taiyang. Junior brother Night, wait. I want to take care of him personally. Lin Jingyi felt better after eating the life soul fluid. Sure. Night Sorrow's right hand exploded with energy. He grabbed Zhan Taiyang and wrapped Lin Jingyi with energy and flew towards the Qinghong sect square. At this moment, the square was full of people. Sky Seizing Island used to do all kinds of evil. I endured it and didn't find fault with you. Now that I found out that your evil nature is in your bones, there is no need to keep you alive. Shishua, kill them all. Datura's body emitted killing intent. This matter was his responsibility. If Lin Jingyi was fine, it would be a pity if something happened to her. No need. Destroy their cultivation and let them die on their own. Night Sorrow stretched out his hand and pulled Datura. He didn't want to see Datura tainted with too much killing. Sure. Shishua, do as Night Sorrow says. Datura nodded. Don't worry, Domain Lord and Lord Ruler. Drag them away. Shishua shouted to the Blood Strike guards. Senior Sister Lin, I'm a little late. Night Sorrow looked at Lin Jingyi, who seemed to have recovered. Not late at all. Thank you, Master Knight. Domain Lord. Lin Jingyi changed the way she addressed him. Night Sorrow's current status was different. Senior Sister Lin, just call me Junior Brother Night or Night Sorrow. I'll leave this Zhan Feng to you. I've said it before. No one can bully you just because they have a backer. Not today, not in the future, Night Sorrow said. Thank you, Junior Brother Night. Tang Qianqian and Lin Jingyi bowed to Night Sorrow again. Heavenly Monarch was a realm that cultivators yearned for. Cultivators at this realm had to be respected by other cultivators. Furthermore, Night Sorrow was the domain lord of the primal chaos realm. If you have any problems in the future, you must look for me. Don't be careless. Delaying will only ruin things, Night Sorrow said. Got it, bastard. We trusted you and wanted to train with you. Yet, you conspired against us. Not only did you steal our things, but you're also shameless. Lin Jingyi took a few steps forward and kicked Zhan Feng, who was being held down by Fei Xiu. Then, she stepped forward and kicked Zhan Feng between his legs. Because her cultivation hadn't recovered, her true qi wasn't violent. A few kicks wouldn't kill him. Thus, it was a cruel torture for Zhan Feng. Chapter 1530. After checking again and making sure the surroundings were safe, Night Sorrow sunk the Hautian god pagoda to the bottom of the river. Then, his main body entered and began to cultivate. After entering the mastery of the will of destruction, he had to deduce and comprehend it on a deeper level. Although Night Sorrow's current realm was deep, his soul power was strong, and his deduction ability was high, it still needed time. After glancing at the river, Night Sorrow's clone set up a king-level interrealm transmission array and then hid it with an illusion array. Then, he flew away to complete some missions. 9 Regions World. Night Sorrow's clone came out from the Heaven Sealing Hall and nodded to the group of people waiting with a smile. Let's go to the tea house over there to talk. The area close to the Heaven Sealing Hall was filled with buildings belonging to the 9 Region City's City Lord Mansion, such as the Chamber of Commerce, the Alchemist Guild, the Blacksmith Guild, and so on. The only one that had nothing to do with the City Lord Mansion was the tea house. It was for Night Sorrow's clone to rest in the Heaven Sealing Hall and come out to drink tea and chat with friends and family. The owners were Chen Chen and Night Sorrow. At the tea house, Sikong Chuyu made tea for everyone. How's the situation? Qing Emperor asked. After going through the wind tribulation and fire tribulation, we successfully passed through the passage and arrived in the celestial realm. Disciple's main body has already hidden to cultivate. My clone went out to understand the situation and then made some suitable arrangements according to the situation. Night Sorrow said. Be careful. Misty Rain reminded Night Sorrow mainly because he was worried. In the celestial realm, Night Sorrow controlled his clone to move forward, and his soul power was also constantly probing. At the same time, Night Sorrow also had some understanding of the celestial realm. The sky was higher, the vast aura was stronger, and the space was more stable. When Night Sorrow used his full strength, there were only slight cracks in the space, which was several times stronger than the Great World. #L, forever exempt from our fee, L look. Night Sorrow understood the vastness of the celestial realm. There were many realms, but there was only one celestial realm. It was the core of all realms. After flying for half a day and traveling more than 2 million kilometers, Night Sorrow finally saw a city. From afar, Night Sorrow did a scan. There was a defensive formation at the city gate, and the one guarding it was king. The captain was a senior king. Night Sorrow felt that it was more appropriate to position himself as a practitioner who had just left the mountain. Thinking of this, Night Sorrow smiled. In fact, he was an aboriginal who had just arrived in the celestial realm and did not know anything. Retracting his aura, Night Sorrow arrived at the city gates. After being stopped, he had to hand over 2 Saint Spirit stones before he was allowed to enter the city. Night Sorrow was quite pleased that they didn't encounter any difficulties and were able to speak the same language. After entering the city, Night Sorrow was very cautious as he sensed everything in the city. A newcomer needed to first understand the city so that he wouldn't make any mistakes. After walking around the city, Night Sorrow found an inn and paid the spirit stones to stay. Yi Shang was drinking tea in the main hall of the inn, listening to others talk and gathering the information he needed to know. Among the practitioners, they talked about experience, who had gained what, and so on. Night Sorrow did not obtain any valuable information, but a name caught his attention. The Eastern Hao Emperor. After staying in the inn for half a day, Night Sorrow casually walked around the city. This was a city that Night Sorrow had seen. The city was very big. Although it was not as big as the 3 main cities of the Primal Chaos realm, it was about the same as the main cities of the various factions. Many of the people walking on the streets were high-level practitioners. There were many king and sovereign lords, but Night Sorrow realized that there were still very few heaven monarchs. When he came to this city called Flying Cloud City, he only saw 2 heaven monarchs. This made Night Sorrow understand that not everyone in the celestial realm was an expert. Although the environment of the realm was better, every life had to cultivate step by step after being born. The children of heaven monarchs might have a good foundation and resources, but they would not soar to the sky in one go. They also had to cultivate slowly. Night Sorrow went to a grocery store. Although it was called a grocery store, it was very big. It was at least as big as a first-class store in the Qing Emperor's dynasty. Knight Sorrow bought a map and a handwritten book of anecdotes. He wanted to understand some of the knowledge, so the handwritten book of anecdotes was more comprehensive. After leaving the grocery store, Knight Sorrow walked around and bought a few books about humanities. In other stores, Knight Sorrow bought maps. One map might not be accurate, but after comparing a few, he would be able to come to a conclusion. In the last store, Knight Sorrow bought a book called The Celestial Demon List. It introduced the experts of the celestial realm. After flipping through it, Knight Sorrow was interested. The Celestial Demon List introduced the people in detail. It also introduced the forces they belonged to. This was what he needed. Then, Knight Sorrow returned to the inn with his gains. Then, he started to study the map and handwritten book. As he studied, Knight Sorrow realized that the celestial realm was very vast. Even with teleportation portals, it was not easy to travel everywhere. The celestial realm was too big. After comparing the maps that Knight Sorrow had, the most detailed area was the map of the Donghao region in the celestial realm. The Donghao region was only a corner of the celestial realm. The strongest force in the Donghao region was the Donghao mountain, and the leader was the Donghao monarch. The Donghao region covered millions of miles, and the Donghao mountain only occupied the core region. It was the leader of the power structure. There were many smaller forces in the vast territory below. Knight Sorrow flipped through the map and closed it. He felt that these maps were not enough. If he wanted to understand the celestial realm and the Donghao region, he would have to go to a bigger city, or even Donghao City. Only then would he be able to understand in detail, analyze, and determine where to set up a teleportation portal. A teleportation portal could be set up anywhere, but Knight Sorrow was very careful. It was related to the future of the Chaos Realm. If he did not choose a good location, he could face a disaster at any time. Knight Sorrow chose a route and began to teleport. After a dozen teleportals, Knight Sorrow arrived at Donghao City in the Donghao region. After exiting the teleportation portal, Knight Sorrow looked back and heaved a sigh of relief. The teleportation portal in Donghao City also used king-grade teleportation crystals. This made Knight Sorrow realize how precious imperial-grade teleportation crystals were. Knight Sorrow was stopped as soon as he exited the teleportation portal. Where is this Heaven Monarch from? This was the Heaven Monarch guarding the teleportation portal. It was not just one, but two Heaven Monarchs. They were all wearing the same long robes with cloud patterns embroidered on the shoulders. That was the symbol of a member of the Donghao Mountain. I am from the Flying Cloud City. I am an itinerant cultivator. Knight Sorrow cupped his hands and said, If you have any grievances to resolve, please report to the City Lord Mansion. The City Lord Mansion will give you an explanation. However, Donghao City does not prohibit martial arts. Please do not make a mistake. An older Heaven Monarch spoke. It was a warning, but it was also respectful. Speak. The fifth update has arrived. Chapter 1531. If he was an ordinary cultivator, these two Heaven Monarchs would not say anything and just do things according to the rules. However, since a Heaven Monarch was here, they still had to show some respect. You two think too much. Knight Sorrow is just out for a walk. There is no grudge or hatred between us, Knight Sorrow said. The two Heaven Monarchs guarding the teleportation array nodded and did not say anything. Heaven Monarchs disdained to lie. Knight Sorrow said that he was here for a walk, so he was here for a walk. They believed him. Walking in Donghao City, Knight Sorrow felt the grandeur. Donghao City was much bigger than Reincarnation City and Xianhuang City. The guards on the street were all monarchs and even Heaven Monarchs. When they saw Knight Sorrow, they took a few more glances but did not say anything. After finding a restaurant, Knight Sorrow ordered a pot of wine and 2 side dishes. He drank the wine while listening to others talk. The conversation was about a battle. The table was talking about how the young master of Donghao Mountain had killed an emperor-level scaled dragon. Night Sorrow understood that the young master of Donghao Mountain was also an emperor-level cultivator. Otherwise, he would not have such a battle record. At this time, a man sat opposite Night Sorrow. Taoist friend, your back is not bad. I am a blacksmith. Can I have a look at it? Night Sorrow looked at the man with an intermediate-level king cultivation but did not say anything. He found that the man's eyes were not straight enough. I feel that you are imposing. What's wrong with having a look? The man smiled. Sorry, weapons are not for others. Night Sorrow refused directly. Lu San, are you starting to lie again? A woman entered the restaurant with 2 attendants. Madam, didn't I compensate you for what happened last time? Don't chase me and ruin my business. The man named Lu San glanced at the woman and left the restaurant. Thank you for your advice, Mississippi. Night Sorrow cupped his hands at the woman sitting next to him. It's nothing. You are vigilant and will not be deceived by him. The woman smiled and nodded at Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow was a little puzzled. It was unbelievable that a mid-level king could fool a heaven monarch. Donghao City has a rule that forbids martial arts. His cultivation level doesn't matter. If he took your weapon and didn't return it to you, would you kill him? If you kill him, you'll break the rules. If you don't kill him, he won't give you the weapon, so you can only use resources to redeem it. Lu San specializes in this. The woman could see Night Sorrow's confusion. It's my first time here, so I don't know much about the situation. Thank you. Night Sorrow expressed his gratitude once again. Lu San was good at grasping weaknesses, and it was easy for him to succeed. The woman left after drinking the tea. Night Sorrow still sat there and didn't leave. He felt that the celestial realm was indeed complicated. In the primal chaos domain, no one dared to do this. No one dared to challenge the dignity of a heaven monarch. Night Sorrow found an inn in the city and stayed there. Then, he tried to get used to life in the celestial realm. Only by understanding more would he be able to fit in. As he got to know more, Night Sorrow understood some of the celestial realm situation. Beginner Emperor Realm cultivators were called emperors. Intermediate Emperor Realm cultivators were called emperors. Advanced Emperor Realm cultivators were called emperors. They all had titles behind their names. Emperor Donghao was an intermediate Emperor Realm cultivator. The top few on the celestial demon list were all emperors. The only special one was called the Demon King. First, the most famous one was a woman. She was the ethereal battle empress of the ethereal empire. Night Sorrow knew that to have a battle title, it meant that she was either battle-hungry or extremely powerful. The one that caught Night Sorrow's attention was the Celestial Saint Emperor. The force under his command was the Celestial Sect. He was a little annoyed and resentful. The celestial realm couldn't have 2 celestial sects. It must be the headquarters of the celestial sect in the primal chaos domain. This was because the celestial saint emperor's name was Ling Wuji. Night Sorrow also saw a force called Yuan Daotian. It was a sea force, but it was rather far from the Donghao city. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow felt that it would be better to go to the ethereal empire and find a safe place to build a base. The ethereal empire was called an empire, but it was actually a force that had been established. It was the safest place in the primal chaos domain. According to the records, the ethereal empire's territory had never been invaded. It was the safest place. Indeed, the Yuan Daotian was related to the primal chaos domain's Yuan Daotian. It was a good choice to go there. However, Night Sorrow felt that the Yuan Daotian in the primal chaos domain was just an inheritance brought there by one person. It was hard to say if the Yuan Daotian would recognize it. Also, Night Sorrow didn't want to follow anyone. He was here to break through his shackles and increase his strength. He wasn't here to look at anyone's face. After making his decision, Night Sorrow set off. After settling things, he could set up a teleportation array. After continuously teleporting for 7 days, Night Sorrow arrived at the Ethereal Empire's territory. This was still relatively close to the Donghao city. If it was a further area or an area without a teleportation array, it would be very difficult to reach. The Ethereal Empire's imperial city was at the foot of the Ethereal Sacred Mountain. Knight Sorrow arrived at the Ethereal Empire's imperial city. Donghao City was very majestic and prosperous. However, compared to the Ethereal Empire's imperial city, it was a far cry. Without much effort, Knight Sorrow got a map of the Ethereal Empire. Knight Sorrow decided to build a base near a big lake outside the Ethereal Empire's territory. It was already far away from the core region of the Ethereal Empire. It was close to another force, Boundless Pavilion, and the Donghao City. Boundless Pavilion was a mid-tier force. This place called Star Moon Lake was a lawless area. The Ethereal Empire didn't rule or care about it. It was also a place that Boundless Pavilion and the surrounding forces didn't dare to touch. They couldn't afford to offend the Ethereal Empire. After thinking for a while, Knight Sorrow decided to find a suitable place to build a base near the Star Moon Lake. It was safer here. After making his decision, Knight Sorrow rushed towards the Star Moon Lake. The closest city to the Star Moon Lake with a teleportation array was the Ethereal Empire's Greenwater City. It was over 10 million miles away from the Star Moon Lake. After a few teleportations, Knight Sorrow arrived at Greenwater City and took a look around. He then left Greenwater City and flew towards the Star Moon Lake. As he wasn't in a hurry, Knight Sorrow took 2 days to arrive at the Star Moon Lake. After arriving at the Star Moon Lake, Knight Sorrow began to explore. He wanted to find a suitable place to build a base. In half a month, Knight Sorrow had explored the surroundings of the Star Moon Lake. It wasn't that Knight Sorrow was slow. It was just that the Star Moon Lake was too big. It was millions of square miles. After looking around and studying a few potential strongholds, Yi Shang began to explore the Star Moon Lake. He had to be cautious. If there was an Emperor-level demon beast lying in the lake, wouldn't that be like provoking the Almighty? Wouldn't he be asking for trouble? While flying above the Star Moon Lake to check if there were any hidden dangers, Knight Sorrow discovered an island. The island was very big, with an area of more than 10,000 square miles. After landing on the island and exploring, Knight Sorrow didn't find any powerful monster beasts. There were a few Saint King-level monster beasts that ran away when they saw him. After exploring, Knight Sorrow felt that this place was better than the few locations he had chosen. The Ethereal Empire didn't care about this island. Perhaps they hadn't discovered it yet. It was very suitable for Knight Sorrow to build a base. Speak. The 6th update has arrived. Chapter 1532. At the core of the island, Knight Sorrow first set up an illusion array. Then, he began to set up a teleportation array. It was not easy to set up an Emperor-grade teleportation array. He had to be very careful. There could not be any problems. Once there was a problem, he would be in big trouble. Knight Sorrow's doppelganger set up the array. His original body also set off from the Donghao district and headed towards Star Moon Lake. This would be his stronghold in the future. Knight Sorrow planned to stay here and cultivate slowly. The first time he set up an Emperor-grade teleportation array, Knight Sorrow spent a month and tested it repeatedly. This time, it was relatively easier for Knight Sorrow to set it up. However, it was also more time-consuming. It took him nearly 20 days to set it up. At this time, his original body also arrived and cultivated beside the teleportation array. After everything was set up, Knight Sorrow used his energy to test the teleportation array again. When he felt that it was safe, he inserted the teleportation crystal. Seeing that the teleportation crystal lit up, Knight Sorrow inserted a Saint Spirit Stone. Ordinary interrealm teleportation arrays had a crystal slot because one Saint Spirit Stone was enough to support the teleportation. However, Knight Sorrow was setting up an Emperor-grade teleportation array. He was worried that there would not be enough Saint Spirit Stones to support the teleportation. Therefore, he directly made a large slot that could store more than 10 Saint Spirit Stones at a time. After feeling it for a while, Night Sorrow's doppelganger activated the teleportation array and returned to the 9-domain world. Then, he walked around the Domain Lord's mansion and returned to the city in the sky. Several Lords of Heaven from the Domain Lord's mansion had arrived. Night Sorrow's return meant that the teleportation array was set up. This was good news for everyone. Sixth Senior Sister, let's not drink tea. Let's have some wine. Night Sorrow was also very happy. As everyone drank, Night Sorrow explained the current situation. Domain Lord, you said that our stronghold is in the no man's land. But if they really want to attack, how are we going to withstand it? Heaven Lord Shen Hu was still worried. Where there are people, there will be conflicts. It's unrealistic for our chaotic realm to find a paradise to develop. The only way to develop is to improve our strength. The celestial sect of the celestial realm is very strong. It's hard to say when they will cause trouble for our chaotic realm. We don't know the methods of the imperial realm cultivators. The only thing that can guarantee our safety is our own strength, Night Sorrow said. Domain Lord, do you have any plans? Tang Jianfeng asked. Let's head over right now and build a city first. We'll prepare the materials and send them over. The teleportation will cost us some Saint Spirit stones, but it's better than going out to buy materials and exposing ourselves, Night Sorrow said. Everyone nodded because Night Sorrow's idea was feasible. Also, let's discuss who's going and who's not. My personal suggestion is that you can go, but you can't leave Star Moon Island unless you're a high-level king because the risk is too high, Night Sorrow said. Okay, then we'll go prepare. We'll prepare the materials from the 3 realms of the chaotic realm and send them over to build the city, Tang Jianfeng suggested. Then let's start preparing. Regarding the construction of the city, I'll leave it to you, Heaven Lords, Night Sorrow said. What about you? Datura asked with a smile. She was relieved that Night Sorrow was safe. My original body is cultivating, and my clone is traveling the world. Since we've entered the celestial realm, we naturally have to integrate into the celestial realm. Level 9 is a blank for us. We lack cultivation methods, alchemy methods, and refining methods. We need to get them, Night Sorrow said. Datura didn't say anything else. She was relieved that Night Sorrow's original body was cultivating while his clone was traveling. At the very least, Wuyo's life was at stake. After the family banquet, under everyone's impatient mood, Yishang led a group of people and teleported to the Heaven Realm. After arriving at the Heaven Realm, everyone felt it for a while. Everyone felt different. This place is not bad. Let's stabilize and develop first. Building the city is not a problem, but the defense formation is difficult. We can set up the formation of the Heaven Lord Realm, but it can't stop the attack of the Imperial Realm cultivators, Yuandao Heaven Lord said. The Imperial Realm cultivators can't attack us like that, right? Let's set it at the Heaven Lord Realm first and then slowly study it, Night Sorrow said. Everyone else nodded. Things were already developing in a good direction. After the discussion, the plan to build the city was set. Night Sorrow, what do you plan to do next? Datura asked. Become an Imperial Realm cultivator as soon as possible. Only then will we have the capital to establish ourselves. Everyone has been a Heaven Lord for many years and has accumulated enough experience. Let's all try to work hard, Night Sorrow looked at the group and said. Finally, his gaze fell on Datura. In Night Sorrow's heart, Datura was the most likely person to become an Imperial Realm cultivator. Alright. Don't worry about the construction here. We will take care of it, Tang Jianfeng said. My original body is cultivating. You may not be able to contact him. If anything happens, immediately inform my clone in the Heaven Ceiling Grand Hall. I will know what is going on, Night Sorrow said. After the arrangements were made, Night Sorrow took out a tent and brewed a pot of tea. He thought about the next step. Night Sorrow was confident that there was no problem with his foundation. What he needed now was comprehension. Night Sorrow's original body was cultivating in many aspects. He was comprehending the destruction will, the space-time will, and the battle intent and force. Night Sorrow also had some understanding of entering the Imperial realm. It was the mastery of the force of heaven and earth. Battle intent and killing intent were the embryonic forms of force. Of course, this was different from King's will. Attribute will and battle intent were completely different concepts. Battle intent and killing intent were forces themselves. It was just that one's force was different from the force of heaven and earth. Datura's clone accompanied Night Sorrow while his original body stopped cultivating and went to the Dark Abyss to make arrangements. In addition, the Qing Emperor and the others' original bodies stayed on Star Moon Island while their clones went to the Star Moon Lake to scout. If there were suitable construction resources, they could use them locally. Groups of people came from the Chaos Realm. However, they were all the core members of the major forces and the Qing Emperor's dynasty's craftsmen. After everything started, Night Sorrow planned to leave. He wanted to take a look around. He had a lot of resources. If there was an auction, he could participate. In addition, Night Sorrow planned to join the God-Fiend Castle. The God-Fiend Castle was a force of the Union. In terms of influence, it surpassed all the top forces. Its existence was comparable to the Tianji Tower in the Nine Regions world. However, it was more mysterious. They could accept all kinds of missions, resource missions, hunting missions, and so on. Every member had a code name. No one knew who the true master of the God-Fiend Castle was. A monarch had once been killed by the God-Fiend Castle. As long as you could pay a sufficient price, you could even kill a monarch. This was the God-Fiend Castle. It fully displayed the law of the jungle. Chapter 1533. However, there were some restrictions on joining the God-Devil Castle. Only cultivators above the monarch level could join. King-level people didn't even want to join. Night Sorrow didn't tell anyone about this mainly because he didn't want them to feel pressured and worry about him. Besides, Night Sorrow wasn't afraid of anything. If the monarch could survive in the God-Devil Castle, he naturally wouldn't have a problem. As long as it wasn't an emperor, he was confident that he could fight. If it was a rookie emperor, Night Sorrow wasn't afraid at all. After scouting the surroundings of Star Moon Lake again and taking a look at the tent's construction, Night Sorrow left. Once he decided on something, he would do it without hesitation. This was Night Sorrow's character. When he reached Greenwater City, Night Sorrow took the teleportation array to Ethereal Imperial City. There were people guarding the teleportation array in Ethereal Imperial City, but they were very imposing. They didn't ask Night Sorrow anything. Because of what? Because he was confident. If anyone was looking for trouble, he would kill them. There was no need to warn them or inform them of the rules. If they broke the rules, he would kill them. It was that simple and domineering. Yi Shang went to an inn and stayed for a while before heading to the God-Fiend Castle. He wanted to ask about it in detail. Some time ago, he only understood the situation of the God-Devil Castle from the handbook. He wasn't clear about the details. If the conditions were harsh, then he didn't have to join. When he arrived at the God-Devil Castle, Night Sorrow was led in by the service staff. Then, he was asked what mission he wanted. He took out the mission and submitted it for evaluation. "Hello, I am here to ask about the conditions of joining the God-Devil Castle." Night Sorrow said. "Okay, please wait a moment." This woman who looked to be in her 30s but was already a high-level king said. With her cultivation, she was only a staff member hired by the God-Devil Castle. This woman went to a room and took a form. "You can fill in the form or not. I will pass it to the higher-ups and they will make the decision." Holding the form, Night Sorrow took a look at it. He wrote, Heaven Monarch, in the cultivation column and, 170 years old, in the age column. Other than that, he didn't write his name or background. Originally, Night Sorrow only wanted to write his cultivation level and nothing else. However, he felt that there would be an advantage if he wrote his age. Besides, he wouldn't be able to hide his age during the examination. Looking at the form filled by Night Sorrow, the woman's expression changed. A 170-year-old heaven monarch was too terrifying, and she had never heard of such a person. There was no such precedent. After taking the form, the woman told Knight Sorrow to wait for her before she left. The God Devil Castle had strict requirements when it came to accepting people. It didn't mean that the sovereigns and heaven monarchs would be accepted by the God Devil Castle. It also depended on one's ability. Those with high cultivation but low battle strength were considered trash in the eyes of the God Devil Castle. While waiting, Knight Sorrow noticed 2 strands of soul power sweep past him. Knight Sorrow only turned his head to glance at them before continuing to wait. At this moment, the woman who received him appeared in front of Knight Sorrow. "The elder wants to see you. Just answer whatever he asks you," the woman said. Knight Sorrow nodded and was brought into a secret room by the woman. Following which, the woman bowed and left. Seeing a chair, Knight Sorrow sat down. At this moment, the wall opposite Knight Sorrow rose. 2 elders appeared and sat opposite Knight Sorrow. 170 years old. "That's about right," a green-robed elder said. "I am Nalan, the elder of Ethereal City's God Devil Castle. I have some questions for you. You can answer them or not. However, whether the God Devil Castle will accept you or not still needs to be discussed," the other white-robed elder with a bronze mask on his face said. "Elder, please ask." "If it's convenient for me, I will answer," Knight Sorrow said. "Let's not talk about your battle strength. Just based on the fact that you reached the Heaven Monarch realm before the age of 200, you will be treated well no matter which faction you join. Why did you choose the God Devil Castle?" "You have to know that accepting a mission from the God Devil Castle is a life-and-death struggle," Elder Nalan said. "Because I don't want to be restrained. I don't want to do things according to the wishes of others. I'm willing to preserve my dignity and take risks." "I'm willing to take risks," Knight Sorrow said. This was what Knight Sorrow wanted to say. "Very good. In addition, I have another question. Where are you from? What family, clan or sect are you from? Can you answer me?" Elder Nalan asked again. "I'm not from the celestial realm. Seniors, you can treat me as a native who has never seen the world. I just plan on using the platform of the God Devil Castle to fight for a future," Knight Sorrow answered. "Alright, you can take the test. As long as you pass, you can become a member of the God Devil Castle." Elder Nalan was rather satisfied with Knight Sorrow's answer. "Wait. I still want to know what requirements the God Devil Castle has for me," Knight Sorrow asked. This was a crucial question and what Knight Sorrow cared about the most. "I thought you already knew, so I didn't say anything. Now, let's talk about it. First, you have to swear a heavenly oath. You can't reveal anything about the God Devil Castle. Second, if you fail the mission, you have to leave the God Devil Castle. In other words, the God Devil Castle doesn't have any members who fail the mission," Elder Nalan said. "There's no oath that you can't betray the God Devil Castle or that you have to take action when the God Devil Castle is in danger?" Knight Sorrow asked in surprise. "It seems like you're telling the truth. You really came from somewhere else. The God Devil Castle isn't afraid of betrayal because there's only one outcome for betrayers. In addition, the God Devil Castle is in danger. If our God Devil Castle is in danger, the people above can resolve it. We don't need ordinary members to take action," another elder said. "I'm confident. Also, if there's a day when I don't want to stay in the God Devil Castle, can I leave?" Knight Sorrow muttered before asking again. "A member of your level can leave at any time. Of course, when you have the qualifications to raise your status, the corresponding rules will also be informed," Elder Nalan said. "Okay. I accept the test." Knight Sorrow stood up. He admired the style of the God Devil Castle. It was domineering and didn't make things difficult for their members. "Okay, follow us." The 2 elders stood up and walked towards the secret room in front. Knight Sorrow followed behind them. It was a slanted passage that went deep underground. Underground Castle. Night Sorrow discovered that he had entered an underground castle. This was the inside of the God-Devil Castle. Original. Elder Nayland and another elder brought Night Sorrow to a large black iron door. The God-Devil Castle doesn't want trash. This is your test. If you pass, you'll be a member of the God-Devil Castle. If you fail, you'll die. Do you want to enter? The elder beside Elder Nayland, who didn't reveal his identity, said. Enter. Night Sorrow didn't hesitate at all. He was never afraid of any test. Young man, I'll explain the situation to you. There are 4 battle puppets inside. Fighting with them is a test for you, Elder Nayland said. Okay, open the door. Night Sorrow nodded. The black door rose halfway and Night Sorrow entered. Nayland, why didn't you say that the results of the test are related to status? The other elder looked at Elder Nayland and asked. Speak. First watch. Chapter 1534. Let's go watch first. After Elder Nayland finished speaking, he went to a room on the side of the black iron door. The walls were made of transparent crystals, allowing him to see everything about Night Sorrow. It's not very appropriate if you don't say anything. The old man with Elder Nayland said. He was another elder, Leng Lai. This little guy is very smart. If we tell him, he'll only want to pass. He won't try his best and hide his abilities. Elder Nayland said. A 170-year-old heavenly monarch. Even if his combat ability is a bit lacking, he still has potential. I wonder where he came from. Leng Lai reached out and touched the mask on his face. At that moment, after Night Sorrow entered the black iron door, he reached out and pulled out Splitter from his back. He then probed ahead. A small spatial world. Night Sorrow probed for a moment. Then, his face was filled with astonishment. The inside of a door was a space. This was too shocking. It also indirectly illustrated the strength of the God-Fiend Castle. While Night Sorrow was probing, 4 black metallic lifeforms flew over and surrounded Night Sorrow. After surrounding him, they attacked. The metallic lifeforms didn't show any mercy with their sabers. Night Sorrow charged forward and lashed out with Splitter. Then, he kicked out with his right foot and attacked the second puppet. With an explosive sound, the puppet in front of Night Sorrow was sent flying. The puppet that was kicked by Night Sorrow also couldn't help but retreat. Using the rebounding force, Night Sorrow pulled back and lashed out at the metallic life form behind him. With an explosive sound, the puppet was repelled. At that moment, Night Sorrow sped up. Splitter used Space Twisting Dragon Kill and attacked the puppet's forehead. The puppet quickly retreated. The other 3 rushed up and attacked Night Sorrow. Punching and kicking, he blocked the attacks of the 3 metallic lifeforms. Night Sorrow's right hand quickly attacked with Splitter, attacking the target puppet. After 2 consecutive attacks, the target puppet's energy was shaken into chaos. Night Sorrow used Speed 1. With the support of the space-time will, Night Sorrow's attack seemed to pass through space and directly stabbed the target's forehead. After stabbing half a foot in, a green light appeared between the puppet's eyebrows, forcing Night Sorrow to retreat. While Night Sorrow was still in shock, the puppet withdrew from the battle. Clearly, it had been defeated. The remaining 3 were even easier for Night Sorrow to deal with. His left hand punched out, and his legs kicked out, blocking the attacks of 2 puppets. His right hand Samsara grabbed a target and violently attacked. Strength? How? You don't need to use your trump card. Just show your speed and strength and you'll pass, Leng Lai said. Nayland nodded as well. It was impossible to tell what Night Sorrow was capable of in this kind of battle. Night Sorrow was just blocking the interference and then grabbing a target to kill. There was no need for him to use any of his trump cards. After a while, the 4 puppets stopped moving. Night Sorrow turned his head and looked at the door behind him. Passing the test meant that he could leave. Nayland and Leng Lai looked at each other. The 2 left the viewing area and opened the test space's door. Seniors, did I pass? Night Sorrow's arm shook, and Spacebreaker fell into the trap. He then asked. Yes, let's talk in the lounge, Nayland said. Night Sorrow nodded and followed him into a lounge in the underground castle. After Nayland brewed the tea, he told Night Sorrow that he had passed the God-Devil Castle's inspection. As long as he didn't reveal the secrets of the God-Devil Castle, he would be a member of the God-Devil Castle. Night Sorrow got up and swore on the Celestial Realm's origin. Welcome, I'm Nayland. You can call me Elder Nayland. This is Elder Leng Lai. We're both elders of the Divine Devil Castle in Ethereal City. This is your token, and this is the communication crystal you use to accept missions. Nayland took out a golden crystal and a token. Wait, I didn't ask for your name, and you didn't tell me either. But a code name is necessary. What code name do you need? Leng Lai looked at Night Sorrow and said. Shang, Night Sorrow said one word. Leng Lai looked at Night Sorrow, then took the golden token and slid his finger on it. The word Shang appeared on it. Asterisk look at the original version. Then Nayland introduced some more information. When Night Sorrow was needed to perform a mission, the crystal token would light up and Night Sorrow could come here. In addition, every time a mission was completed, there would be a reward point. Points could be exchanged for any resource. Any resource? Night Sorrow's eyes lit up. Of course. For example, the famous 9 Revolutions mysterious art. For example, Imperial weapons and armor. Of course, the 9 Revolutions mysterious art can't be exchanged for even with the points you've accumulated for billions of years, Leng Lai said. The resources aren't necessarily good. It's the right ones that are important, Night Sorrow said. Young man, you're right. Don't put the crystal token in the storage treasure. As long as it lights up, come here. This is the list of resources in the Divine Devil Castle. It also has the exchange requirements. Take it. Leng Lai glanced at Night Sorrow and threw a thick booklet to Night Sorrow. The missions aren't chosen by myself? Night Sorrow was stunned after receiving the booklet. No, it's distributed in the castle. The missions will be given to whoever is suitable, Nayland said. Understood. Night Sorrow cupped his hands. Okay, that's it, Nayland said. I want to take more missions that are suitable. In addition, I'll do everything I need to do. Please don't investigate me, Night Sorrow said after standing up. No, the Divine Devil Castle doesn't need it. If you leak the secret, the World Origin will take care of you. If you don't leak the secret, the Divine Devil Castle won't do anything to you. This is one of the characteristics of the Divine Devil Castle. Nayland nodded at Night Sorrow. Okay, I need a mission. After emphasizing the point again, Night Sorrow stood up. I'll inform you if there's a mission. In addition, the Divine Devil Castle will eliminate anyone who investigates the identity of our members. Opponents can kill members of the Divine Devil Castle, but they won't investigate or try to reveal the identity. That's suicide. However, you have to protect your identity. Leng Lai threw a mask to Night Sorrow. Thanks. I have my own mask. Night Sorrow took out his silver mask with flames on it of the young master of the Tianji Tower and waved his hand. Then, he left the lounge. Today's mission had been successfully completed. After Night Sorrow put on the mask, he left the Divine Devil Castle and went to the inn to stay. His original body was now working hard to cultivate. His clone was responsible for resources and some communication with the outside world. Leng Lai, what do you think of this Shang? Nayland looked at Leng Lai and asked. He has a deep background. He's a Lord of Heaven who's less than 200 years old. Moreover, he's a Lord of Heaven with strength. We know the situation of those 4 puppets, Leng Lai said. Leng Lai said. The second update has arrived. It's a good day. I love you all. Thank you for always being with me. In addition, some people misunderstood what I said yesterday. I didn't say that the book was ending. It was just the beginning of the 3rd volume. Chapter 1535. Naylan nodded. What were those 4 puppets? They were the meritorious members of the God-Fiend Castle. After they died in battle, their souls were protected and nourished in the puppets. After reaching a certain level, their bodies could be reconstructed. Because of this, their battle awareness and skills were still there. The puppets' bodies were also strong. Besides, attacking the body would not be judged as a loss. Soul. Night Sorrow attacked the area where their souls were located. If it wasn't for the powerful soul protection array set up by the Imperial Preceptor of our God-Fiend Castle, the 4 of them would have been killed a second time, Naylan said. He defeated them with speed, strength, and body strength. To be precise, he killed them. His battle strength is indisputable, but we couldn't see anything, Lenglai said. This is true strength. Heaven Monarch. His personality is not bad. He is outspoken, unlike the other people who came to apply. He is a straightforward person. He even told us his preferences. Elder Naylan's expression could not be seen, but there was joy in his words. That's good. In the future, missions below the Imperial realm will not be difficult for us, Lenglai said. I see. How did he submit his materials? It's pitifully little. Elder Naylan took a sip of tea and said. According to what he wrote for us, 170 years old, Heaven Monarch. Our evaluation is that he passed the assessment in half a cup of tea. He is a Heaven Monarch with top-notch speed and strength. The rest is unknown. Lenglai said. Naylan nodded. However, he planned to add a sentence on his personality and preferences. Night Sorrow returned to the inn. After thinking for a while, he felt that it was not a long-term solution to stay in the inn. There were small villas for sale. He could consider buying one. It would be convenient for him to cultivate and do things. Walking in the ethereal Imperial City, Night Sorrow, who was dressed in a white robe, would look like a weak scholar if it was not for the long spear on his back. He had a strong aura of modesty and peace because it was related to the light of merit. When not in battle, people who were close to Night Sorrow would have such a feeling. They could let go of their inner frustrations. The ethereal Imperial City was too big. Night Sorrow could not estimate how much land it occupied. Even 10 reincarnation cities could not compare to it. After countless years of development, it was normal for the ethereal Imperial City to be unimaginably prosperous. After walking for 4 hours, Night Sorrow found a courtyard for sale on a small street. After asking around, Night Sorrow sighed and bought it for 70,000 Saint Spirit stones. The price was indeed high, but it was also fair. This was Misty City, and a single courtyard was already very rare. The original owner of this place had no choice but to sell it because he needed to gather enough Saint Spirit stones to refine pills. While they were chatting, Night Sorrow found out that the other party was going to concoct an earth-cleansing pill that could change one's physique. It was a pill that could remove impurities from one's body. Refining the earth-cleansing pill requires such a high price? Night Sorrow asked in bewilderment. Yes, I found the main ingredient, but the celestial alchemist asked for 50,000 Saint Spirit stones. I didn't have enough savings, so I had to sell this villa, the original owner of the villa said. Ha! It's fate that we met, and I bought your villa. Give me the main ingredient, and I'll help you refine it, Night Sorrow said with a smile. The Celestial Lord is an alchemist? The man with monarch cultivation looked at Night Sorrow in surprise. Yes, so don't worry. I'll compensate you if the pill is damaged. Night Sorrow nodded. He could understand the man's mentality. He was worried, and he just wanted to form a good relationship. Okay, thank you, Celestial Lord, the man called Yuan Zhao said. After getting the main ingredient of the earth-cleansing pill from Yuan Zhao, Night Sorrow helped to refine the supplementary ingredients. The supplementary ingredients weren't very valuable. Night Sorrow used 2 days to refine a cauldron of earth-cleansing pills. Come, take a look. Night Sorrow put the pills into a bottle and threw it to Yuan Zhao. After opening the bottle and taking a look, Yuan Zhao was a little emotional, and his words were a little stuttered. This is it, this is the pill. Okay, then keep it. Night Sorrow clapped his hands and put away the cauldron. Night Sorrow could use the 8-dragon cauldron to refine pills, but Night Sorrow didn't want to, because he saw the 8-dragon cauldron as a battle partner. Sir, you're saying that you're giving all of these to me? Yuan Zhao looked at Night Sorrow in disbelief, because he only wanted one pill. Yes, I'm giving all of them to you. After selling the rest, you can exchange them for some resources, Night Sorrow said. Thank you, Celestial Lord, I just want half. Yuan Zhao took out another pill bottle and divided the pills into 2 portions. Then, he pushed the storage ring with the Holy Spirit stones that Night Sorrow gave him and half of the pills to Night Sorrow. If you want half, then take half. Why are you taking this out? Keep it. Night Sorrow smiled and threw the storage ring with the Holy Spirit stones back to Yuan Zhao. He felt that Yuan Zhao was a good person with principles. But this isn't appropriate, Yuan Zhao said. There's nothing inappropriate about it. My family won't be coming. If you don't have a suitable place to stay, you can stay here, Night Sorrow said. Thank you, Celestial Lord, my friend and I have a small tavern. We can rest there, Yuan Zhao said. He wasn't used to living with Night Sorrow. Yuan Zhao took his belongings and left. Night Sorrow stayed. He felt that it wouldn't be difficult to find a servant when he had time. There was a slave market in the ethereal imperial city. Night Sorrow took the Holy Spirit stones and set up a formation in the courtyard that was less than 3 square miles. Then, he went to the slave market and bought a pretty girl. After buying the slave, Night Sorrow knew what it meant to be cheap. In this world, human lives were worthless. A Saint King-level female slave only cost 5,000 Holy Spirit stones. After returning to the courtyard, Night Sorrow looked at the girl named Lu Yun. The room on the side of the gate is yours. I won't go there. You are responsible for the cleanliness of the courtyard. Don't worry about anything else. I don't have any requirements for you. Just do your own thing and cultivate. When the time is right, I will give you your freedom, Night Sorrow said. Thank you, Celestial Lord. Lu Yun cupped her hands, but her eyes secretly glanced at Night Sorrow. A servant's everything belonged to her master. Her soul was sealed, and her life and death were in the master's control. Although she was a servant, many people had a tacit understanding of what they wanted to do with a female slave. After giving his instructions, Night Sorrow left the courtyard and went to the street. He wanted to see if he could buy some ancient books. Night Sorrow also wanted to know more about alchemy and artifact forging. Night Sorrow actually managed to buy alchemy and artifact forging manuals. Although they were common goods, Night Sorrow still studied them seriously and matched them with his own knowledge. Only then could he improve. Night Sorrow studied while waiting for the mission instructions from the God-Fiend Castle. Chapter 1536. There were countless resources on the Divine Devil Castle's exchange list. As long as one could think of it, it would be there. There was even the Golden Dragon's blood essence, which was a treasure that could strengthen one's blood, flesh, and bones. There was also a note stating that when the Great Guardian of the Divine Devil Castle and the Golden Dragon fought, both sides were injured. However, the Great Guardian of the Divine Devil Castle had also collected the Golden Dragon's blood essence. Powerful. Night Sorrow couldn't help but think of the word powerful. The Golden Dragon was the most powerful existence among the divine beasts. The fact that the Divine Devil Castle's people dared to fight was proof of their strength. Regardless of whether they won or lost, it was a fact that they had obtained the blood essence. In addition, Night Sorrow also felt that this record couldn't be fake. After all, high-level cultivators wouldn't bother to fabricate anything. They could accept the outcome of a battle. The Golden Dragon's blood essence could cure the evil dragon flame in Wu Lingfei's body, but Night Sorrow knew that he couldn't afford the price. There was a note on the back of the Golden Dragon's blood essence. The exchange point requirement was 6 million. Night Sorrow had never done a mission before, so he didn't know if it was easy to earn points. However, 6 million was definitely not easy. If it was easy, it wouldn't be here. Everyone knew that resources were only resources when they were used. Knight Sorrow shook off his thoughts and began to study alchemy. He had a lot of materials. It could be said that other than monarch-grade materials, he had all kinds of grade 8 materials. After studying for a few days, Knight Sorrow understood the mainstream elixirs used by cultivators in the celestial realm. The elixir that aided cultivation was the Junyuan elixir. The more powerful elixir was the Junhua elixir that could raise King's cultivation by 1 level. As the name implied, it could raise one's cultivation to a higher level. The elixir that aided soul cultivation was the spirit cultivating elixir. The most effective elixir was the heavenly spirit elixir. These were the 4 mainstream elixirs. Knight Sorrow also looked at the elixirs and found that they could be used to refine the Junyuan elixir and the spirit cultivating elixir. Knight Sorrow did not have the ingredients for the Junhua pill, but he had enough ingredients for 2 batches of the Heaven Spirit pill. Knight Sorrow had the main ingredient, the spirit root grass. Knight Sorrow planned to set up a stall and earn some resources. While waiting for the quest, there was a limit to what his avatar could do. With this idea in mind, Knight Sorrow went to the night market and found someone to rent a place. It wasn't a big place, only about 30 square meters in total. There were stalls in the front, and a place to rest and drink tea at the back. However, the rent was very expensive. It cost 2,000 Saint Spirit stones a day. Do it. Renting a house was expensive, but Knight Sorrow still had to do it. Knight Sorrow planned to continue honing his alchemy skills and raise his alchemy skills to the peak of rank 8. This way, when his cultivation reached the Emperor realm, he would be able to concoct the Monarch pill. With Lu Yun in tow, Knight Sorrow rented the stall and wrote a plaque for Knight Sorrow. Concocting any pill below the Emperor realm required 3 sets of ingredients and 1 set of finished product. Failure to do so would be double the price. Lu Yun, hang this up in front, Knight Sorrow said. Wafa. Sir, is this appropriate? Sir, you wrote that any pill that meets a problem will lose money. Also, this kind of plaque will easily attract trouble, Lu Yun said. It's fine. Hang it up. You don't have to call me sir in the future. Be casual. My surname is Knight. Just call me young master. Knight Sorrow nodded at Lu Yun. He had no intention of taking back the plaque. This night market was very lively. There were many people selling pills. If you didn't have a good plaque, who would come looking for you? As for losing his job, Knight Sorrow had his own considerations. What kind of world was this? Survival of the fittest. If one wanted to live a good life, they needed to be capable. If one had the ability, why would they have to look at others' faces and decide whether to use it? This wasn't Knight Sorrow's philosophy. Life depended on one's ability. Seeing Knight Sorrow's firm attitude, Lu Yun hung up the plaque. She was just a servant. She would do whatever Knight Sorrow said. After the plaque was hung up, people immediately came to watch. Knight Sorrow's plaque was very arrogant. It could concoct any pill. One had to know that other stall owners usually focused on 1 or 2 types of pills that they were good at. However, Knight Sorrow was different. He wanted to concoct all of them. Furthermore, the cost of concocting pills was very low. There was even compensation for failure. Normally, when alchemists accepted a task, failure was failure. At most, they wouldn't earn anything. It was rare for alchemists to ask for compensation. Among the onlookers, there were 2 heaven monarchs. They were also in the pill business. At this moment, their expressions didn't look good. Call your boss out, a heaven monarch with a goatee said. Lu Yun nodded. She was about to return to the back hall when Knight Sorrow came out. What's the matter? Knight Sorrow looked at the heaven monarch and asked. I'm heaven monarch Lin Mu. Fellow Taoist, you're too arrogant. You can use methods to do business, but you can't mess up the situation, heaven monarch Lin Mu said. Whether I'm arrogant or not, I'll use my strength to speak. When doing business, I naturally have to attract business. I can't mess up the situation. Don't tell me I'm not going to hang up my plaque and sit here and drink the northwest wind. Those who want to concoct pills, place your orders. Those who don't want to concoct pills, I won't accompany you. After saying night sorrow, he went back to the back. In fact, it was a relatively casual wooden pavilion with a screen in the middle. Miss, that guy is very arrogant. I feel that he's trying to mess up the situation. Two women were standing beside an antique stall and watching the quarrel. One of them said, "You can't say that. When doing business, there is naturally competition. If you don't attract business, you might as well go back and drink tea and sleep. However, the premise is that you have to have strength," the woman in a white dress with a long sword in her hand said. "Miss, don't you want to find someone to concoct the heaven spirit pill? Why don't you just find him?" The woman in red clothes with a humble attitude said. "Are you stupid? The materials for the heaven spirit pill are very rare. If he fails, can he afford it? Compensate with sacred spirit stones? Do I lack sacred spirit stones?" The woman called Miss said. "I can still afford the heaven spirit pill. Just tell me what you want." Night Sorrow walked out from the back hall. The two women's voices were not soft, so he naturally heard them. "Take the initiative to attract customers." The woman with the long sword came to Night Sorrow's stall. At this time, the onlookers retreated a little. Night Sorrow looked at the woman. He knew that this woman had a status. Otherwise, the others would not have retreated. The cultivation of a heaven monarch was not that big of a deterrent. The long spear on your back is not bad. If you fail, give it to me. The woman in white said. Very mean. You want to concoct the heaven spirit pill. If I fail, I will naturally pay you double the materials. Now, I don't need the materials. I will compensate you with the finished product. This is the heaven spirit pill. If Miss feels that it is not enough, this is the spirit replenishing pill. It is more valuable than your heaven spirit pill. This is the earth cleansing pill. If I fail, you can choose double the price. Night Sorrow took out a few types of pills. The pills were wrapped in energy and floated in front of him. Then, he waved his hand and kept the pills. At this time, the woman in white looked at Night Sorrow with a serious expression. All the pills that Night Sorrow took out were rare and were worth no less than the heaven spirit pill. Chapter 1537. Lu Yun, stay here and take care of things. I'll refine the pills first. Yi Shang took the storage ring and checked the contents of the storage ring without restrictions. He wanted to confirm if the materials were correct. Where are you going? You won't run away with the materials, will you? The maid beside the white-clothed woman shouted. Night Sorrow glanced at the maid and went into the back hall. He took out the alchemy furnace and began refining. Aura and temperament determine one's success. Some people have nobility in the depths of their souls that you will never understand. A screen couldn't stop others from inspecting, but Night Sorrow's refining technique was extremely fast. Even the people inspecting couldn't see how he was refining. The heavenly spirit pill was a high-grade tier 8 pill. It was more troublesome to refine. Even though Night Sorrow had refined it before, it still took him nearly a day to finish. After taking a look, Night Sorrow was quite satisfied because the quality was good. After putting away the alchemy furnace, Night Sorrow divided the pills into 2 bottles and put away the extra materials. He then went to the front desk and placed the 6 bottles of heavenly spirit pills on the table. You clearly refined 2 bottles, the white-clothed woman's maid said. You don't have to say anything. 1 set of 6 medicinal pills, I'll give you 6. As for whether or not I can concoct 60 pills, that's my problem, said Yi Shang coldly to the maidservant. She was clearly going overboard. Ah Yen, don't say anything. The woman in white stopped the maidservant who was about to speak because there were 6 medicinal pills in 1 set. After stopping the maidservant, the woman in white opened the medicinal pill bottle and took out one of the pills. After looking at it, her eyes lit up. After looking at the pill, the white-clothed woman took out the materials again. There are 6 sets of heavenly spirit pill materials here. I still need to refine 2 more sets. After putting away the materials, Night Sorrow returned to the back hall and brewed a pot of tea to relieve his emotions. Then, he took out the alchemy furnace and continued refining. Originally, he needed to refine 2 batches of these pills, but the first batch of Night Sorrow had 3 pills in stock. In addition to the 9 pills from the new batch, he had a total of 12 pills. After filling 2 bottles of Night Sorrow, he handed the pills to the white-clothed woman. The quality of the pills is not bad. In just 2 days, you've earned 7 sets of ingredients for the heavenly spirit pill, the woman in white said. This is robbery. The maid of the woman in white said. Miss, did you suffer a loss? What's the price for finding someone else to refine 3 sets of pills? Night Sorrow asked. You didn't lose out. The woman in white looked at Night Sorrow and nodded. There were some facts that couldn't be denied. That's right. This is an open transaction. I'm not lying to anyone. I can live a good life because I have paid a price. You can only see the gains in front of you, but you don't see the price I paid. Do you still want to refine pills? If not, don't interfere with my business. Night Sorrow turned and walked to the back hall. He didn't like the attitude of these people. My words were a bit rude. I'm sorry. I'll come find you tomorrow. The woman in white said to Night Sorrow's back. After pausing for a moment, Night Sorrow continued to the back hall and organized the ingredients for the heavenly spirit pill. The other stall owners also left. Although some were angry, they couldn't do anything to Night Sorrow. However, some people were also jealous. 7 sets of ingredients for the heavenly spirit pill were too expensive and rare. After returning to the back hall, Night Sorrow understood that the woman in white had a background. Ordinary people couldn't take out so many ingredients for the heavenly spirit pill, but he didn't want to have anything to do with them. The woman in white and her maid, Ah Yen, walked some distance away and sat in a flying car. Miss, is there a problem with the pills? Ah Yen asked. No problem. The quality is very high. It's better than Heavenly Master Lin's. It's almost as good as Scorching Sun Emperor Master's. The woman in white said. Is it really that good? I wonder where this guy popped out from. Ah Yen said with some astonishment. Don't say things like that. You made him unhappy today. I even have a feeling that he won't take our business next time. The woman in white said. He dares. Ah Yen glared. There's nothing he doesn't dare to do. The woman in white shook her head. The woman in white was the little princess of the Azure Water House, Jiang Yu. She had a lot of power, but she knew that a lone cultivator like Night Sorrow wouldn't buy it. Yi Shang started to get busy. Everything was difficult at the beginning, but once the first step was taken, everything would be easy. Yi Shang quickly refined the heavenly spirit pill, proving his strength. Moreover, the fee he charged was reasonable. When other stall owners refined pills, they had to pay 2 sets of materials. These were the basic materials. There were other fees. If the refinement failed, they wouldn't take any responsibility. If the refinement was successful, they had to pay extra. The minimum cost was 30 to 20,000 Saint Spirit stones. The higher the cost, the more ridiculous it was. Just like Yuan Zhao, he had to go bankrupt just to refine pills. Night Sorrow's business was booming. The other stall owners were jealous. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Night Sorrow had the strength. Trouble. Night Sorrow was a heaven monarch. He wasn't afraid of fighting. If they started a fight, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. It could even be said that as long as Night Sorrow shouted, the patrol team would come and they would be in trouble. They also knew that the woman Night Sorrow was doing business with was this generation's manager, a member of the House of Azure Water. There was a symbol on the cuffs of her white dress. Night Sorrow was happy that business was good. He took orders and earned materials. This was the fastest way to accumulate resources. With the refinement of pills, Night Sorrow became famous in this area. His business was getting better and better. However, it took a long time to refine high-grade pills. He could only take one order a day. However, this order was worth tens of thousands of Saint Spirit stones. Supreme-grade pills were priceless. After Jiang Yu returned to the Azure Water House, she entered the main hall. A middle-aged man was sitting in the hall. The middle-aged man had a stocky build. His eyes were bright. He was sitting on a big chair. He was one of the 7 house lords of the ethereal imperial city, Jiang Tianheng. Why did you come to see me? Didn't you run out? Jiang Tianheng smiled. I'm back. Father, I don't want to ask the Scorching Sun Emperor teacher to refine pills for me, Jiang Yu said. What's wrong? Are you complaining that I didn't help you find him? The Scorching Sun Emperor teacher is in seclusion. I didn't go, Jiang Tianheng stood up and said. No, I just don't think it's worth it to owe someone a favor just to refine pills of higher quality. Jiang Yu shook her head. Then let Heavenly Master Lin refine pills for you. He's not bad among the Heavenly Master alchemists, Jiang Tianheng said after pouring himself a cup of tea. It's not like that. Father, I met an alchemist who is very skilled in alchemy. Take a look at the Heavenly Spirit pill he refined. Jiang Yu went to his father's side and took out the bottle containing the Heavenly Spirit pill. Jiang Tianheng opened the bottle and took out one pill to study. Not bad. The color and the purity of the energy are very good. Where did you find this alchemist? Chapter 1538. You still have a childish temper. Just tell me where you found him. I will return the favor. Jiang Tianheng said. He thought his daughter was angry. Father, I really met him on the side of the road. He set up a stall on Treasure-Seeking Street. Because his signboard was very arrogant, there was some friction with others. I tried to ask him to refine it, and the result did not disappoint. Jiang Yu said with a smile. She was also very happy. There is such a thing. There are materials in the warehouse. You can go and get them. Just ask him. But the price should not be low. It's okay. I will help you pay whatever you need. Jiang Tianheng said. That bastard's price is 3 sets of materials and 1 set of elixir. But he made a lot of money. I gave him 9 sets of materials. He used 2 sets to refine 3 sets of elixir, which means he earned 7 sets of materials. According to his ability, 7 sets of materials can refine more than 10 sets of elixir. He made a lot of money. Jiang Yu said. That's his ability. From our point of view, 3 sets of materials and 1 set of elixir is not excessive. Jiang Tianheng said. Well, so if we can ask him to refine elixir, we don't need to ask Scorching Sun Emperor Tutor and owe him a favor. Jiang Yu said what she meant. Jiang Tianheng nodded. He didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Night Sorrow received orders to refine elixir every day and earned a lot of materials. People were afraid of being famous. As long as you had the strength, you would naturally be recognized by more people. Night Sorrow originally wanted to call Datura, who had nothing to do. But he felt that there might be people looking for trouble. It was still very dangerous, so he gave up. A month later, Night Sorrow refined all the mainstream elixirs in the celestial realm. While improving his proficiency in refining elixir, he accumulated a lot of materials. Facts spoke louder than words. Night Sorrow used his ability to refine elixir to shut the other stall owners up. No one looked for trouble. Night Sorrow refined special elixir. If they couldn't refine it, they would ask for help. Night Sorrow would not refuse people with a humble attitude. He was not stingy with his answers. That Night Sorrow had just finished refining a furnace of pills when Jiang Yu arrived. I want to concoct the Heavenly Spirit pill and the Junhua pill, Jiang Yu said. Sorry, I'm a little tired. I won't be taking orders today, Night Sorrow said. You're doing business. Isn't it good to have business? Jiang Yu was surprised to hear Night Sorrow's rejection, even though he was mentally prepared. From what you said the other day, I can tell that you think I'm unscrupulous. If 3 sets of ingredients for 1 set of pills is considered unscrupulous, then I'd rather not do business. I might as well refine pills for others for free. Night Sorrow put away the alchemy furnace, planning to pack up and go home. I'll come over tomorrow. Jiang Yu smiled and stopped Ah Yen, who was about to speak. She knew that if Ah Yen said something unpleasant, Night Sorrow would really not accept her business. After returning to the courtyard, Night Sorrow wrote a new signboard. Buying rank 9 cultivation techniques, rank 9 pill recipes, rank 9 weapon refining techniques, and rank 9 array diagrams. Those who use the above resources will have priority. Night Sorrow did not know if he would be able to buy anything good. He did not need to use ordinary things, but he could use them for reference. However, others could study them. The next day, Night Sorrow went to his stall and hung up the new signboard. Many people were stunned when they saw the signboard. Night Sorrow was asking for an inheritance. Jiang Yu came and was also surprised when she saw the signboard. She pondered for a while and said, I have a rank 9 weapon refining technique. It's an inheritance for refining monarch weapons. What price can you pay? What price do you want? Night Sorrow asked. Help me refine 50 sets of pills for free, Jiang Yu said. It's not impossible. I want to see if your weapon refining technique inheritance is high enough. If it's possible, then we'll make a deal. If it's not, then I won't study your alchemy inheritance. Don't worry, a gentleman keeps his promise, Night Sorrow said after thinking for a while. Okay. Jiang Yu took out a jade slip and handed it to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow knew that the jade slip recorded some inheritance information. It was much more advanced than ancient books and handbooks. Using his soul power, he received a lot of information. After studying it, Night Sorrow nodded and said, if there are no special circumstances, I'll refine a set of pills for you every 3 days. The deal will be over in 5 months. Why 1 set of pills every 3 days? Jiang Yu frowned and said. Because I want to do business. I can't stop doing business just because you're a customer. Yishang told Jiang Yu the details of the trade, and then added another piece of information that made Jiang Yu's jaw drop. To refine weapons and armors below monarch level, prepare 3 sets of materials or resources of the same price. You're also a weapon refining master. Jiang Yu was shocked. It was difficult for a cultivator to be successful in one direction. Night Sorrow had proven his alchemy ability and now he was playing with weapon refining. Give me the materials. I'll start refining it for you now, Yishan said. Here are the materials for 10 sets of Junhua pills. Jiang Yu took out a storage ring. You still need Junhua pills? Night Sorrow looked at Jiang Yu in surprise. Jiang Yu was also a heaven monarch. It was normal for her to use heaven spirit pills. However, Junhua pills were useless. I'll give them to my guards, Jiang Yu said. I won't calculate the failure rate for you. Here are 5 sets of Junhua pills. Don't come to me for half a month. After half a month, come back and get the remaining 5 sets. Night Sorrow sorted out the Junhua pills that he had refined over the past few days and gave them to Jiang Yu. This was the feeling that Night Sorrow gave Jiang Yu. Night Sorrow didn't give her any face at all. Princess Yu, are you here to refine pills too? At this moment, a man and a woman appeared in front of Night Sorrow's stall on Treasure Seeking Street. What are you two doing in my House of Azure Waters territory? Jiang Yu squinted at them. I heard that a top-notch weapon refining master appeared on Treasure Seeking Street, so I came to take a look, the woman said. Gong Xianyu, are you here to poach him? Jiang Yu's eyes were filled with vigilance. Ha, Princess Yu is smart. However, your words are too harsh. I'm not here to poach him. I'm Gong Xian of Guanyue Mansion. I'd like to invite Weapon Refining Master to Guanyue Mansion as a guest. Gong Xianyu cupped his hands at Night Sorrow. 5 starters. Night Sorrow Yu cupped his hands in return. Thank you for your attention. However, I'm fine with my current situation. If you have any requests for refining pills or weapons, I'm willing to help. Weapon Refining Master Yi is too polite. A talent like you should be respected, Gong Xianyu said with a smile. Gong Xianyu, that's enough. Your Majesty is discussing business with Weapon Refining Master Yi. Why are you causing trouble? Do you think this is a place for you to be arrogant? Jiang Yu waved her arm and shot a beam of energy into the sky. Then, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. 2 groups of people quickly arrived. Chapter 1539. There's no need for that. My stall is right here. If you need anything, you can come at any time. I'll do my best to fulfill it, Night Sorrow said. He could see that both sides were in an awkward situation. Gong Xianmoon didn't expect Jiang Yu to directly call for a fight. If they fought, she would be at a disadvantage and lose face. From Jiang Yu's point of view, if Gong Xianmoon brought this matter to the city lord's mansion, it would be tantamount to causing trouble for her father. This place is not bad. You're here. I, Jiang Yu, will protect you. Whoever dares to cause trouble for you can try. Jiang Yu glanced at Gong Xianmoon and said. Miss, please calm down. You should know that I have my own way of life. Please understand. If you don't mind, please come in and have some tea. Night Sorrow cupped his hands at Jiang Yu and Gong Xianmoon. After glancing at Gong Xianmoon, Jiang Yu waved her arm at Ah Yen and the other patrol members before entering the back hall. Miss Gong, please come in as well. Night Sorrow nodded at Gong Xianmoon. After entering the back hall, Night Sorrow invited the 2 to sit down and then brewed a pot of tea. It's not a big deal. Sit down and have a cup of tea calmly. Celestial Master Knight, with your alchemy skills, you don't need to live in the marketplace, do you? Gong Xianmoon looked at Night Sorrow and asked. Everyone's choice is different. I like to live an unrestrained life. If I join a sect or a force, don't I need to be considerate? I still have my scruples, so I won't consider it. Night Sorrow Moon said with a smile. His words were once again rejected. I'll look for you after I finish refining my elixirs. Also, help me refine 10 elixirs and I'll give you a shop. Jiang Yu said. She had met many people and understood that Night Sorrow Moon was a rare talent with such attainments in alchemy at such a young age. She didn't want him to be taken away by Gong Xianmoon. Good. Since everyone has calmly sat down to talk, this can be considered as giving me face. In the future, if the 2 young ladies have any medicinal pills that you need to refine, this one will consider it first. Night Sorrow poured 2 cups of tea for the 2 of them. After drinking tea, Jiang Yu and Gong Xianyu left. There was no more conflict. Yi Shang had given them a way out of this situation. At this moment, Lin Mu came over. He had interacted with Night Sorrow for the past few days, and their initial conflict had been resolved. They could be considered friends. After all, the beginning of the conflict was not wrong from the perspective of both sides. Brother Lin Mu is here. Come and have a cup of tea, it's not bad. Night Sorrow poured a cup of tea for Lin Mu and greeted him. Celestial Master Yi, those 2 women are very powerful. Be careful when you interact with them. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble, Celestial Master Lin Mu said. Then Celestial Master Lin Mu told Night Sorrow about Jiang Yu and Gong Xianyu's background. The Misty Imperial Dynasty was very powerful and had a vast territory. The person with the highest authority was the Misty Battle Emperor, followed by the elders in the city, and then the Misty 7 prefectures. The Misty 7 prefectures ruled the territory of the Misty Imperial Dynasty and were divided into 7 regions. They were the rulers of the 7 regions. Similarly, within the Misty Imperial City, the Misty Battle Emperor had also given them a region to manage. The Azure Water Prefecture and Guanyu Prefecture were two of the prefectures. The two of them can mention the Azure Water Prefecture and Guanyu Prefecture the moment they open their mouths. I presume that their status and position in their respective forces is not low, Night Sorrow said. Definitely. The Azure Water Prefecture Lord's surname is Jiang, and the woman who came a while ago is called Jiang Yu. The Guanyu Prefecture Lord's surname is Gong, and the woman who came later is called Gong Xianyu. Based on their surnames, they should be core members, Celestial Master Lin Mu said. It seems like it won't be easy to eat a peaceful meal. Many thanks for Brother Lin Mu's reminder. Night Sorrow cupped his hands towards Celestial Master Lin Mu. Celestial Master Lin Mu stayed for a while before leaving. Night Sorrow had given him pointers on alchemy, and he was very grateful in his heart. Being able to give Night Sorrow a few pointers, he felt that he had done his part. Young Master, why don't we pack up and run away? With young Master's alchemy skills, you can do well anywhere. Lu Yun was a little worried. Don't be afraid. Let's do what we need to do. You still need to practice brewing tea. Only with a steady heart can you brew tea that has an artistic conception and flavor. Night Sorrow looked at Lu Yun and said. After packing up, there was nothing to do today, so Night Sorrow planned to go back and rest. In this regard, Night Sorrow was different from the other vendors on Treasure Seeking Street. The King and Celestial Master Lin Mu didn't need to rest at all. They had been setting up their stalls for a long time. Lu Yun had also asked about this, and Night Sorrow had his own opinion. Working at sunrise and resting at sunset was the law of nature. This kind of life helped to cultivate one's heart and relieve the pressure of daily life. Lu Yun was very glad that Night Sorrow was very easygoing. If she had any questions, Night Sorrow would answer them, giving her enough respect. In the past, when she was in the slave market, she didn't even dare to think about it. After returning to the courtyard, Night Sorrow pondered for a moment. He felt that he could first complete Jiang Yu's alchemy list so that he could hand it over at any time. The clear sky god pagoda wasn't by his side, but Night Sorrow still had a time acceleration magic treasure. It was the 5-time spatial magic treasure that he had bought for Sky City. After entering the spatial magic treasure, Night Sorrow began to speed up the refining process. One night passed. Night Sorrow had refined for 2.5 days in the time acceleration magic treasure. He had refined 3 batches and was only a bit away from 5 batches. However, it didn't matter. He just had to work overtime once more. After Night Sorrow and Lu Yun arrived at the stall, they continued to take orders. This time, they took orders for both alchemy and blacksmithing. Night Sorrow improved his blacksmithing skills according to the blacksmithing inheritance that Jiang Yu had given him. Night Sorrow took an average of 1 day to refine the monarch weapon, and the customers were satisfied. Night Sorrow's business was very good. Many people looked for Night Sorrow for blacksmithing and alchemy, but Night Sorrow was too busy. He only took 1 or 2 orders a day. Sometimes, Heavenly Lord Lin Mu would come to help. He could refine high-level elixirs, but he was helpless because people didn't want Heavenly Lord Lin Mu to refine them. Therefore, Heavenly Lord Lin Mu could only be an assistant. This bastard made a lot of money, but he didn't do anything to us, Ah Yen said. He won't lose his credibility. Let's wait and see. This guy is really good, Jiang Yu said after taking a sip of wine. She and Ah Yen were sitting in the restaurant opposite Night Sorrow's stall. At this time, in a mansion in the moon-gazing prefecture area, a man handed a long sword to Gong Xianyu. Gong Xianyu looked at it and handed it to an old man beside him. Then I'll take a look first. The old man took the long sword and began to examine it carefully. After a while, the old man held the long sword with both hands and handed it to Gong Xianyu. The method used to refine this long sword is very special. It has time and space arrays, but it's different from our usual refining methods. I've never seen it before, but I'm sure that this long sword will increase speed and affect space and time. The person in charge said that it's a rare supreme grade item. A supreme grade elixir and a supreme grade monarch weapon. We still have to fight for this person. Someone, find out where he came from, Gong Xianyu said. Chapter 1540. On this day, Night Sorrow was refining when his sleeves started to vibrate. Night Sorrow looked down and knew that it was the God Devil Castle's token that was vibrating. He quickly shaped the battle saber in his hand and stopped the refinement. Brother, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I will stop the refinement of this battle saber for now. Here are 50,000 Saint Spirit stones. I will give it to you as a guarantee. Once I return, I will work on it immediately. Night Sorrow took out a storage ring and handed it to the waiting customer. No need. I believe in Celestial Master Knight. I will just wait here. The man refused because Night Sorrow's reputation was very good now. No, there needs to be rules and regulations. Take it. Lu Yun, you keep an eye on this place. When I'm not here, don't take orders. After saying that, Night Sorrow left the stall with a few flashes. This made Jiang Yu, who was drinking in the restaurant opposite, very surprised. During this period, Night Sorrow had been very stable and lived a life of 2 jobs. But now, he seemed to be in a hurry. Not only Jiang Yu, but Gong Xian Moon also came back with a guard. It was the same guard from last time. When she saw Night Sorrow's back view, she was also very surprised. Follow him. Gong Xian Moon whispered to the man beside her. Yes, princess. Don't worry. The white-robed man nodded and left in a different direction. Gong Xian Moon was very confident in her subordinate. He was the #1 heaven monarch in Guanyu Prefecture. He had countless combat skills that could kill heaven monarchs and was called Ghost Monkey. X. Most D. New. Chapter 6, Part 2, Night Sorrow increased his speed and shuttled back and forth on the streets. At the same time, he increased the detection of his soul spirit power. He was worried that someone was following him. When he was some distance away from the God Devil Castle, Night Sorrow discovered Ghost Monkey. Frowning, Night Sorrow's body arced as he turned around and flew towards the Ghost Marquis. Ghost Monkey was stunned for a moment but didn't dodge. He knew that Night Sorrow had discovered him and there was no point in dodging. I know you're from Guanyu Manor. Tell your young miss not to investigate me. It's meaningless. Night Sorrow glanced at Ghost Monkey and left in a flash. The Ghost Monkey did not continue to follow him. Since he had already been discovered, there was no point in continuing to pester him. After checking again and confirming that no one was following him, Night Sorrow entered the God Fiend Castle. As soon as Night Sorrow entered the castle, Elder Nalan appeared and brought Night Sorrow into the castle. Elder, what's the mission? After sitting down, Night Sorrow asked. Assassination mission, kill a person. Elder Nalan said after opening the door. Assassination mission. I didn't think that the first assassination mission would be this kind of assassination mission. Is the other party's character bad? Night Sorrow asked. The God Fiend Castle's mission was not compulsory. One could accept or reject it. However, after rejecting it 3 times, one's name would be removed because the God Fiend Castle would think that one was unsuitable to develop in the God Fiend Castle. Yes, but you're overthinking it. So what if his character is not bad? If others want to kill him, then there's a reason to kill him. It's because he had a problem with his character that caused him to be killed. We're just the executors. Leng Lai said after appearing. If his character is not good, then I'll accept it. Mission objective and details. Night Sorrow said. Luo Fei, the young prefecture lord of the Umbra Prefecture, which is one of the 7 prefectures in Ethereal City. He has already left Ethereal City and is heading to Devil's Shadow City. He is a Heaven Monarch himself and has 2 Heaven Monarch bodyguards. The duration of the mission is 3 days. Elder Nalan handed a crystal ball and a mission list to Yichang. Okay, I'll leave right away. Night Sorrow took the crystal ball and mission list and stood up. Leave your identity token and communication token behind. During the mission, you will have nothing to do with the God Fiend Castle. If you fail, then it's your own problem. Don't think that the God-Fiend Castle will do anything for you. You know the consequences of leaking information. Leng Lai looked at Night Sorrow and said, I understand. Night Sorrow left his gold token and crystal token behind and left the God-Fiend Castle. At the teleportation array, Night Sorrow began to teleport to Devil's Shadow City. Night Sorrow was still a little nervous since it was his first mission. He had to succeed. If he failed, then he would have to leave the God-Fiend Castle. Then, the high-level resources of the God-Fiend Castle would have nothing to do with him. After arriving at Devil's Shadow City, Night Sorrow hurried towards the City Lord Manor. He knew that as the young Lord of Shadow Manor, he was one of the highest echelons of Shadow Manor. Once he arrived, there would definitely be subordinates to receive him. Walking in the city, Night Sorrow investigated the situation. If he wanted to kill someone, then he would have to consider whether or not there were any Great Emperor Realm cultivators around. If there were, then he would have to wait and assassinate someone in front of a Great Emperor Realm cultivator. Not to mention, the mission was very difficult to complete. Devil's Shadow City and Green Shadow City were about the same size. Night Sorrow approached the City Lord Manor and didn't find any Great Emperor Realm cultivators. However, he did find Luo Fei. Luo Fei's image and aura were in the crystal ball. Night Sorrow easily identified him. To ensure his safety, Night Sorrow carefully searched the City Lord Manor. After confirming that there were no Great Emperor Realm cultivators around, he decided to make his move. Without the interference of Great Emperor Realm cultivators, Night Sorrow wasn't afraid of any battle. In a secluded corner, Night Sorrow put on his mask and waved his arm. The Space Splitter Spear used the Void Extreme Point Kill, piercing a small hole in space. It was only the size of a finger. Night Sorrow's body flashed and entered the 8-Dragon Cauldron. Before the hole closed, he entered the space turbulence. The space turbulence was very strong. It was almost the same level as the star field turbulence Night Sorrow encountered in the Kun lower world. Those below the Great Emperor Realm would find it hard to survive. Night Sorrow used the 8-Dragon Cauldron to protect himself and used the virtuous immortal body. Then, he used the space-time will to move closer to the City Lord Manor. He only had 3 days, and 3 days was nothing to high-level cultivators. Therefore, Night Sorrow had to seize the opportunity. He didn't have time to wait and wait. He had to seize the opportunity to kill in one strike. Traversing through the space turbulence, Night Sorrow arrived at the City Lord Manor. At this moment, there was a row of people kneeling in the manor. Each of them had a knife on their neck. The Black Iron Mine is in the Shadow Manor's area. It belongs to the Shadow Manor. Luo Fei said with a dark expression. But that's our Iron Sword Sect's mountain. It's been like this for countless years. An elder said. So much nonsense. Do you have the right to talk nonsense? Just one sentence. Move and scram. You can live. Otherwise, die. Luo Fei stood up and said. Ha! There's no point in living. But I, Tai Tang, say one sentence. You, Luo Fei, will definitely be unlucky. An elder who was pressed down said. Could this assassination mission be related to the Iron Sword sect? Night Sorrow had a guess. However, it had nothing to do with his assassination. Chapter 1541. This wasn't a spar. Night Sorrow wanted to kill, so he didn't test the waters. At the same time as the Emperor Samsara slash was executed, Night Sorrow's spatial split slashed in another direction, preventing the other 2 heaven monarchs from coming to help. He then executed the soul extinguishing slash at Luo Fei. When the spatial zone shook, Luo Fei sensed it. However, when he drew his sword and was about to fight, the halo produced by the Emperor Samsara slash enveloped him. The crescent blade of the soul extinguishing slash was also spinning and slashing at his divine sea. Affected by the Emperor Samsara slash's effect on the soul spirit and spacetime, Luo Fei maintained his sword drawing posture. However, his divine sea emitted a green light. As the young prefecture lord of the Umbra prefecture, how could he not have a soul spirit defense treasure? When the crescent blade of the soul extinguishing slash was spinning, Knight Sorrow approached Luo Fei. He brandished the space-splitting spear and executed the void extreme kill. At this moment, the two heaven monarchs broke through the seal of Knight Sorrow's spatial split and charged at Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow's body shook and executed the afterimage body. A few figures flashed and pounced at the two heaven monarchs. The afterimage body didn't have any attacking ability, but the energy it contained was real. Therefore, the two heaven monarchs brandished their swords and fought. This was the effect that Knight Sorrow wanted. He wanted to seize the opportunity for his clones to continue killing Luo Fei. As the space-splitting spear neared Luo Fei's body, the tip of the spear burst out with an intense purple halo. It directly entered Luo Fei's dantian and exploded, annihilating Luo Fei's dantian region. At this moment, Luo Fei was awake, but it couldn't solve the problem because there was no more energy in his body. Knight Sorrow brandished the space-splitting spear again and chopped Luo Fei's head into two halves. He then took the opportunity to collect the green jade ring, the storage ring, and the weapon that fell from Luo Fei's divine sea. He then flew out of the city lord residence. Everything happened in an instant. It was too fast. Apart from the two heaven monarch realm guards in the city lord residence, the others didn't see what happened. Seeing Luo Fei's broken body fall to the ground, no matter how confused they were, they finally understood what had happened. They then chased after Knight Sorrow. None of them looked at the cultivators from Iron Sword sect. "Who are you?" The heaven monarch who was chasing after him shouted. "Shang." Knight Sorrow spat out a word. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Knight Sorrow once again stabbed out with his space-splitting spear. It was still the nothingness extreme kill. He pierced through space and entered the 8-dragon cauldron. Then, he disappeared from the sight of his pursuers through the hole. Flying in the spatial turbulence was very stressful. Others could not chase after him because it was very difficult to break through spatial barriers, and it was also very difficult to survive in the spatial turbulence. Safe. After entering the spatial turbulence, Knight Sorrow knew that he was safe. After exiting the city through the spatial turbulence, Knight Sorrow changed his attire and returned to the chaotic city. He then left through the teleportation array. After returning to the ethereal imperial city, Knight Sorrow went to the God-Fiend castle. When Knight Sorrow arrived, Elder Naylan, who was wearing a mask, brought Knight Sorrow, who was also wearing a mask, into the underground castle. "I killed the target's body in Devil's Shadow City, but I'm not sure if it's the real body or a clone. I don't know how this mission is calculated," Knight Sorrow said after entering Elder Naylan's reception room. "That's the real body. This information is accurate. Even if it's not the real body, it's still a problem with the information." "It has nothing to do with your mission," Elder Naylan said. "That's good. The target's head was destroyed by me. The only evidence is his weapon and storage ring," Knight Sorrow said. He took out Luo Fei's storage ring and weapon, but he had no intention of handing them over. They were his spoils of war. "The information has been sent back. Your mission is complete. It took you less than half a day to complete this difficult mission. Not bad. This mission is worth 2,000 points. Elder Naylan gave Knight Sorrow's identity token and communication crystal token to Knight Sorrow. "Good. If there's a suitable mission, please inform me," Knight Sorrow said after standing up. "Wait a moment. Your mask isn't made well enough. I'll make it for you. No matter who it is, they won't be able to see your face under the mask," Leng Lai said. "I've already made it. I don't dare to trouble you, Elder," Knight Sorrow said. When he decided to use this mask last time, he took some time to make it and engraved an array that could block out detection. It can block monarchs and heavenly monarchs, but can it block emperors? "Give it to me." Leng Lai stretched out his arm to Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow took off his mask and smiled awkwardly. He then gave the mask to Leng Lai. "With the mask, you have a deterrent force. Without the mask, you're still handsome. very good. Elder Nalan said with a smile. He was very happy that Night Sorrow completed the mission quickly. This was Night Sorrow's first mission and also a test. Leng Lai took the mask and left. Nalan took off his mask. Under the mask was a thin but dignified face. Night Sorrow took out a tea set and made a pot of heart-cleansing tea. He chatted casually with Elder Nalan. The way of tea can reflect a person's state of mind. Your state of mind is very calm and not impetuous at all. Cultivation is external, cultivation is internal, Elder Nalan said after taking a sip of tea. Elder, you flatter me, Night Sorrow said. Ha! I've lived for a long time. I've seen all kinds of things and people. If you ask whether the target's moral character is bad, I can understand your persistence. Why is it like this? The world is not the ancient times. Strength is the reason. You should understand this, Elder Nalan said. Night Sorrow hesitated. He didn't know how to express his thoughts. There were some words that he didn't know how to say. If you have any thoughts, just say it. I'm also bound by the oath. I won't divulge the information of the members. In addition, I feel that you should have the right thoughts and the right path to development. Taking the wrong path will only delay you, Elder Nalan said to Night Sorrow. Thank you, Elder. Actually, it's like this. After I started cultivating, I didn't do anything that went against my heart. Following this path, I was lucky enough to obtain a body of merit. Now, I've made some small achievements, said Yishan. Body of merit. Is there a light of merit? Release it for me to see, Elder Nalan said curiously. Night Sorrow stood up and activated the immortal body of merit. He believed in Elder Nalan and the rules of the God-Devil Castle. This is a small achievement. It's the great sage of merit, right? Seeing Night Sorrow's body emitting a strong light of merit, Elder Nalan stood up with a somewhat excited expression. Y most be new/v previous chapter, yes, I don't dare to hide it from Elder. It's like this. Therefore, I still have some concerns about accepting missions, Night Sorrow said. At this moment, Leng Lai, who was holding Night Sorrow's mask, also appeared in the lounge. At the same time, he was stunned. Sit down and talk. Let's sit down and talk. Elder Nalan waved his hand at Night Sorrow. Although I want mission points, I still feel that a man should know what to do and what not to do. Please understand, elders. Night Sorrow cupped his hands at Elder Nalan and Leng Lai. Chapter 1542. That's a good thing. You can tell us about your concerns. Cultivators have to respect the heavenly Tao. We will only support you and not destroy you, Elder Nalan said after looking at Leng Lai for a while. Thank you for your understanding, Elder. I'm not afraid of the mission being difficult as long as it doesn't go against my conscience. Night Sorrow nodded. Don't worry about that. When we choose the mission, we will consider your situation. In fact, all the cultivators in this world have fought their way through the law of the jungle. Who doesn't have their hands stained with blood? If you have to kill someone, just kill them. Besides, no matter who is given the mission, this is karma. Leng Lai handed Night Sorrow's mask to Night Sorrow. Thank you, Elder. I'm also a blacksmith. Elder, you're too fast. Night Sorrow took the mask and said. Don't you know there's a time acceleration treasure? Leng Lai glanced at Night Sorrow. Ah. Night Sorrow didn't know what to say after being rebutted by Leng Lai. Sui Yxan, Chapter B, Section V, I, haha, Elder Leng has a temper. Don't mind him. You can go back. We'll inform you if there's a suitable mission. Elder Nalan nodded at Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow stood up and left a bag of tea for the two elders before leaving. After returning to the stall, Night Sorrow greeted Heavenly Lord Lin Mu and smiled at the waiting customer. Then, he continued to refine weapons. No one knew that Night Sorrow had killed the young master of one of the 7 prefectures of the Ethereal Empire in less than half a day. At this moment, Elder Nalan and Leng Lai were drinking tea in the Divine Devil Castle. How do you feel? Elder Nalan asked. He's a treasure, Leng Lai said. It's rare to have a body of merit. It's even more amazing to be able to cultivate to the level of merit supreme saint. This can't be achieved in the celestial realm. He should be from some realm. In his own words, he's a native. But what's wrong with being a native? He doesn't want to join other forces. He doesn't want to submit to others. This is the nobility deep in his soul, Nalan said. He was a little emotional. Report it. The deluxe merit Grand Sage was indeed impressive, and he had executed his mission perfectly. The young prefecture lord of the Dark Shadow Prefecture is a powerful heaven monarch and even had a heaven monarch bodyguard with him. However, Shang was able to kill him with a single strike and even retreat safely. This is his strength. Leng Yu might not have much to say, but he admired Night Sorrow very much. Within the Dark Shadow Palace of the Dark Shadow Residence, a black-robed man sat in the main seat. His face was gloomy, and beside him stood a pale-faced man. Night Sorrow recognized this man. It was Luo Fei, who he had killed. At this time, a man was brought into the main hall. Divine, who did this? I will capture him and make him suffer a fate worse than death, the man sitting on the main seat said coldly. After entering the hall, the man took out a futon and sat down. Then, he began divining what had happened since Night Sorrow's appearance at the City Lord's mansion. Everything about Night Sorrow's return to Ethereal City was also clear. However, the image began to blur and then collapsed. The man who had done the divination spat out a mouthful of blood. You may leave. The black-robed man sitting on the main seat waved his hand and said. Prefecture Lord, that assassin went to the Divine Devil Castle? The man who had brought the diviner in asked in surprise. That's right. Only the Divine Devil Castle's Great Array Disrupting Array can prevent divination and have such power. Stop investigating. Since it's a mission from the Divine Devil Castle, go and investigate the person who did it. The black-robed man stood up and gave the order. He was the Dark Shadow Prefecture Lord, Luo Yuandao. He was a powerful figure in the Ethereal Dynasty, but he did not have the right to provoke the Divine Devil Castle. Some things could not be hidden from others. The young prefecture lord of the Dark Shadow Prefecture and 2 heaven monarch bodyguards were killed by Shang in the Dark Shadow City, and the news of Shang escaping unscathed spread. Then, there was news that Shang was a member of the Divine Devil Castle, but his identity was unknown. It wasn't a big deal to know that he was a member of the Divine Devil Castle, but no one dared to try to uncover Shang's identity, and there was no way to investigate. No matter who was investigating, even if it was divination, everything was cut off when it came to the Divine Devil Castle. Everyone wanted to know more about Shang because the Divine Devil Castle had a rule. No matter what the mission was, they would never send someone with a high cultivation level to carry out the mission. They would only send someone of the same cultivation level. The Divine Devil Castle did not bother to bully others, and this showed that Shang was very powerful. Night Sorrow was still doing his alchemy and artifact refining business. Then, he was lucky enough to obtain a spatial artifact refining secret technique. During his rest time, Night Sorrow refined a spatial artifact that could speed up 10 times, but it also consumed a lot of Night Sorrow's materials. Yi Shang had not refined it directly, but had modified the 8-dragon cauldron, which was even more difficult. However, if he succeeded, it would be of great help to Yi Shang. He would be able to speed up the refinement process. Jiang Yu still brought Yen to Night Sorrow's stall every day to drink and watch Night Sorrow refine pills and weapons. Night Sorrow's business was very good. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Jiang Yu brought Yen to Night Sorrow's stall. Our young lady is here. Can't you receive her? Yen looked at Night Sorrow, who was handing over weapons to customers, and said, Young lady Jiang, next time you come, can you not bring her? Or don't let her talk. My good mood is gone. Night Sorrow looked at Jiang Yu and said, Night Sorrow did not hate loyal servants who protected their master, but he hated evil servants who bit people for no reason. Did you hear that? Jiang Yu looked at Ah Yen. She could feel that Night Sorrow had a very bad impression of Ah Yen, and it affected her as well. Here are 5 portions of Junhua pills for you. Night Sorrow took out a few bottles of pills and put them on the table in front of him. He had already refined them. Very good. Aren't you going to invite me in for a cup of tea? Jiang Yu asked with a smile. Sure. Night Sorrow nodded. Go back. Don't come here again. You also need to reflect. Jiang Yu said to Ah Yen. Ah Yen nodded and left. Jiang Yu had already found out that Ah Yen was a fox who relied on the tiger's prestige to intimidate others. She had been tolerating it before. This time, she could no longer ignore it. The servant's behavior was also the master's face. Jiang Yu even felt that Ah Yen was not as good as Night Sorrow's servant. Your business is doing well. The main thing is that you have a good reputation. Treasure-seeking street is also popular. Jiang Yu sat down and said. It's just that it's not easy to make a living. Night Sorrow said. You're making a living. You're eating and drinking well. You're robbing, and you're robbing in a righteous way. Jiang Yu took a sip of tea and said. Ha, young lady Jiang, you're exaggerating. Night Sorrow said with a smile. This time, I want to ask for a spirit replenishing pill. Jiang Yu said. Materials. Do you have the materials? Night Sorrow poured another cup of tea for Jiang Yu. I don't have the materials. I'm just asking for a pill. Jiang Yu looked at Night Sorrow. Chapter 1543. Miss Jiang, do you know what the spirit replenishing pill means? Night Sorrow asked. Of course I do. I once lost a battle avatar and my soul is damaged. Although the spirit replenishing pill may not be able to make up for it perfectly, it should still have some effect, Jiang Yu said. What do you say, Miss Jiang? Night Sorrow asked. We'll call it even for the remaining 40 pills, Jiang Yu said. It's not difficult for me to refine 40 pills. If I want to, I can finish it quickly. Night Sorrow shook his head. The last time he took out the spirit replenishing pill, it was to tell Jiang Yu and the others that he was confident in alchemy. It was not because the spirit replenishing pill was cheap. Then tell me, Jiang Yu said. I won't take advantage of you. 2 spirit replenishing pills and 40 pills, we'll call it even. I need something of the 9th rank, such as a cultivation technique inheritance, a refining inheritance, or an array diagram. But I hope you won't fool me with trash, Night Sorrow said. Deal. I'll come to you later. Jiang Yu nodded. This was the difference in background. Night Sorrow's background was incomparable to Jiang Yu's, resulting in cultivation techniques, refining artifacts, and alchemy inheritances being things that he could not obtain. However, it was not difficult for Jiang Yu. As the little princess of Kanglan Manor, one of the 7 manors of Ethereal Imperial City, she could still get these things if she wanted to. Of course, it was also difficult. After Jiang Yu left, Night Sorrow went to the front desk and took an order according to the number plate. However, another guest came at this time, Gong Xianyu and Ghost Monkey. Night Sorrow ignored them and just waved his arm for Lu Yun to receive them. The last time Ghost Monkey followed him, Night Sorrow already knew that Gong Xianyu was a scheming person. Master Knight, you're a giant, Gong Xianyu said. Why would I keep people 1,000 miles away? Night Sorrow turned his head to look at Gong Xianyu. He knew in his heart, but he did not have to say it out loud. I think there might be a misunderstanding between us. Last time, you left in a hurry. I was worried that something might have happened to you, so I let Ghost Monkey follow you, Gong Xianyu said. So that's how it is. Then I have to thank Miss Gong for her concern. Night Sorrow said with a smile, but he did not make it clear. They were all smart people, and Gong Xian naturally understood that Night Sorrow had already seen through Ghost Monkey's stalking. Now, He was saying this to resolve the awkwardness. There's no need to be so polite. If Celestial Master Yi needs anything, you can ask at any time, said Gong Xian Moon. This servant is of little importance and does not dare to trouble Miss Gong. Knight Sorrow cupped his hands and refused. If possible, Knight Sorrow didn't want to have any entanglements with Gong Xian or Guanyue Mansion. From Gong Xian's behavior, he could see Guanyue Mansion's style of doing things. You're too polite. When you're done, I'll treat you to a drink when you have time. Gong Xianyu smiled. She knew that she couldn't rush to resolve this misunderstanding. In addition, she felt that Knight Sorrow was someone without a foundation and would be easy to win over. Gong Xianyu and Ghost Monkey left Treasure Seeking Street. ZX Forever Y Forever V read #novel, Miss, there's no need to be too polite with him. If you want to suppress and win him over, he won't be able to resist, said Ghost Monkey. This guy isn't that simple. You followed him in the direction of the Imperial Palace, which is also the direction of the God-Fiend Castle. The time of Luo Fei's death also matches up, so it's possible that. Gong Xianyu glanced at Ghost Monkey, but didn't finish her sentence. Ghost Monkey was stunned and didn't say anything. Everyone saw his alchemy and refining standards, but what about his combat strength? Without some ability, how could he have discovered that you were following him? Let's not talk about this. Gong Xianyu didn't want to touch the taboo of the God-Fiend Castle. Gong Xianyu didn't dare to touch it. She could guess, but she couldn't make it public. Ghost Monkey thought for a moment and didn't say anything. Some things weren't easy to say. Knight Sorrow was still the same. When night fell, he would bring Lu Yun back to the courtyard. Sometimes, he would buy some wine and food on the way. When eating and drinking, Knight Sorrow would also call for Lu Yun. Although Lu Yun was a slave, Knight Sorrow felt that fate was unfair. Since they were living under the same roof, he had to respect him. Lu Yun didn't change his attitude just because Knight Sorrow's attitude was good. He did what he needed to do and took care of the courtyard in an orderly manner. After drinking tea together again, Knight Sorrow looked at Lu Yun. I have something to say. In fact, the thing that people can't lose the most is hope. When I'm done with my work, I'll give you freedom. You can live however you want. Young master, are you serious? Lu Yun asked in astonishment. Knight Sorrow had mentioned it once before, but Lu Yun thought that he was just trying to win her over, so she didn't take it to heart. After spending some time with Knight Sorrow, she understood that Knight Sorrow wasn't that kind of person. Yes. Actually, this is my second time buying servants at the market. The last time was Fate. Now, their family is living very well. Their son is my disciple, and so is their daughter-in-law. Knight Sorrow smiled. He liked the Ning family very much, so he had taken Ning Yun as his disciple. You took in a slave's child as your disciple? Lu Yun was astonished. There's no difference between nobility and lowliness. Perhaps they didn't come from a good background or have experienced some setbacks, but that won't affect their future achievements and status. Don't feel inferior. As long as you're alive and positive, everything can change. Knight Sorrow stood up. He felt that Lu Yun should understand his words. After Knight Sorrow left, Lu Yun fell into deep thought. Knight Sorrow's words had touched her. As long as she was alive, she couldn't lose hope. This was what she had to do. Lu Yun took a deep breath and cleaned the tea table. The days were the same as before. After handing in another business, Jiang Yu came. This time, it was him. Aren't you going out with any guards? Knight Sorrow asked with a smile. No. This is my family's territory. No one is blind enough to provoke me. Jiang Yu didn't stand on ceremony as he directly entered the back hall of the stall. Knight Sorrow followed him in. She knew that Jiang Yu was here to make a deal. Last time, I gave you a Tier 9 refining technique. This time, I'm giving you a personal letter from an Imperial Lord-level alchemist. I'm sorry about the cultivation technique. The low-level one is useless to you. I can't give you a high-level one. Jiang Yu didn't take out a jade slip, but a very simple beast hide book. Night Sorrow put away the letter and gave 2 spirit-replenishing pills to Jiang Yu. You're going to make a deal without reading the letter? Jiang Yu said in surprise. I trust you, said Yishang. Trust me. If you want to cultivate a cultivation technique, you need an opportunity. The Tier 9 cultivation technique that our House of Azure Water has is in my father's hands. It was given to him by the War Emperor, so you know, Jiang Yu said. It couldn't be spread. Night Sorrow understood what Jiang Yu meant. The House of Azure Water's cultivation technique was given to him by the ethereal War Emperor. He only had the right to cultivate it. He didn't dare to trade it. It would be blasphemous to the ethereal War Emperor and the consequences would be severe. I'll try my best to think of a way, Night Sorrow said. Chapter 1544. I don't quite understand, said Night Sorrow. What is a Stage 9 Imperial Realm? That's the king of cultivators, revered by everyone. Some cultivators have good stuff but don't give it to others. Some big factions don't try to rope them in. Do they have to worry about cultivation techniques? I heard from my father that Stage 9 cultivation techniques are actually combat techniques. It has little to do with cultivation. I'm not sure about the specifics, said Jiang Yu. Alright, I understand. Night Sorrow nodded. What the heavenly monarchs worry about is the improvement of their realm. This step is too difficult. Some old heavenly monarchs have lived for hundreds of millions of years and are tired of living. In the end, their nascent soul collapses and perishes. Jiang Yu sighed. This was the sorrow of cultivators and experts. Nascent soul collapses. Night Sorrow looked at Jiang Yu in surprise. Yes. After living for countless years and not being able to make a sudden breakthrough, they don't even believe in themselves. Every day, they are muddle-headed and have no direction. After a long time, their mental state will naturally be covered in dust and perish. Such things happen from time to time. In the celestial realm, there are many such heavenly monarchs, said Jiang Yu. This is also very sad. Night Sorrow nodded. Such people are also the scariest. They are stuck at a bottleneck for countless years. Although they can't break through, they can comprehend other things by analogy and have many absolute arts. They can even fight against early thearchs. When their Tao heart is unstable, they will go crazy and act without thinking of the consequences. No one is willing to provoke such a lunatic, even if they are Emperor Realm cultivators. Jiang Yu explained to Night Sorrow once again. I understand now. If there is anything you need to refine, come and find me. I will not refuse if I can do it. Night Sorrow nodded at Jiang Yu. He knew very well that Jiang Yu and Gong Xian Yu were not the same kind of people. At the very least, Jiang Yu knew how to treat others with sincerity. Alright. Work hard to accumulate wealth and then set up a shop. Only then will you have a foothold in the ethereal imperial city. Jiang Yu stood up and reminded Night Sorrow. After sending Jiang Yu off, another guest came. However, Night Sorrow couldn't see through this guest's aura. An Imperial Realm cultivator. Night Sorrow knew that this person was an Imperial Realm giant. His face was very young and looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. Lu Yun, receive the others first. Sir, please take a seat, Night Sorrow said. You must be Celestial Master Yi. It's like this, I have an armor that was damaged in a battle. I've looked for many people, including even Imperial Masters, but they couldn't repair it. The main reason is that this armor isn't mainstream. It's a strange type of armor. A few days ago, I saw one of your works and felt that your technique and way of thinking were a little different, so I came to try my luck, the man said after sitting down. Sir, you think too highly of me. If even the Imperial Preceptor can't fix it, I, a heavenly adept artificer, naturally can't fix it either, Night Sorrow said. Don't worry, I'm just here to try my luck. Actually, this armor isn't very useful to me now, but it's been with me since I was weak, so I'm a little reluctant to part with it, Take it and have a look. It's best if it works, but it's fine if it doesn't. After saying that, the man took out a silver armor and reached out to touch it with regret in his eyes. Then, the man handed the armor to Night Sorrow. Holding the armor, Night Sorrow began to inspect it with his soul power. After inspecting it for a while, Night Sorrow found that this was a very special armor. It was covered with spirit-dispersing arrays, which meant that a large part of the energy attack would dissipate when it hit the armor. In addition, there were also some very special arrays that could gather energy. The gathered energy was the same as Night Sorrow's true chi energy, which was void energy. There was a hole in the chest of the armor that broke the array. If he wanted to repair it, he would have to repair it and then reconnect the array. To do this, he would need to deduce an energy inspection to restore the array's circuit to its original state. In addition, Night Sorrow also found an artifact spirit. However, because it was severely injured, the artifact spirit had turned into a ball of energy and should be in a dormant state. This armor is very special. It has a very strong energy defense, but its weak point is material defense. The spirit dispersing array is a special feature. Its strongest point should be that the array inside it can produce void energy, which can annihilate some of the energy that attacks the body. However, now that it has been damaged, most of the arrays have stopped operating, and the artifact spirit has also fallen into a dormant state. Night Sorrow said his conclusion. It seems that your reputation is not just for show. If you want to repair it, you will need to deduce and use your soul power to inspect it. However, if the energy you pour in is weak, it will be annihilated by the spirit dispersing array and the array inside the armor. If the energy you pour in is too strong, it will be beyond what the armor can withstand. Then, the armor will be damaged even more. Do you have a way to repair it? The man looked at Night Sorrow and asked. Materials. Materials? I'm inexperienced, so I don't know what materials were used to make this armor, but I'm sure it's a treasure that contains void energy. Special materials and a powerful spirit dispersing formation have formed an extremely strong energy defense. If you want to repair it, you'll need materials like this. I don't even know the materials, so I can't do anything. I'm very sorry. Night Sorrow pushed the armor back to the man. Your analysis is very accurate. The material used to make this armor is void star core iron. It is a product of the space world's core. It can only be obtained during the great destruction of space. Back then, my father paid a huge price to refine this armor. Originally, it could have been directly refined into an Emperor tier armor, but at that time, my cultivation level was low, so I refined a defensive armor that could grow. I still have some Nihility Star Core Iron left. If I give you some Nihility Star Core Iron, can you repair it? The man looked at Night Sorrow with eyes full of hope and desire. I can try. I can guarantee that the armor won't be damaged, but the results are hard to say. If there is a problem, please don't blame me, sir, Night Sorrow said. $Long. #free3. Fee QCO% little. Say unspecified currency 7, it's good that there is hope. Tell me, what do you want in return? The man stood up. His eyes didn't leave Night Sorrow. I am a heavenly monarch. What I want is an emperor-grade cultivation technique. I wonder if sir can help me. Night Sorrow looked at the man in front of him and asked. The man turned his head and looked to the other side. After thinking for a while, he looked at Night Sorrow again. I can't give you the cultivation technique that I am cultivating because it is passed down in my family. However, I have obtained a cultivation technique when I was training in the past. Although the level is a little low and can only increase one's cultivation, it can be used as a reference. Since you can enter the Emperor grade, it can help you cultivate. With this foundation, you can go and look for a better cultivation technique. Alright. Then it's settled. Leave the armor here. We will know the result in a month's time. Whether it works or not, we will know, Night Sorrow said. Then it's settled. You don't have to call me sir. My name is Wufeng. You can just call me Brother Wufeng, Qin Wufeng said. Chapter 1545. Wufeng turned his head and looked at Heaven Lord Lin Mu. His eyes shot out a strong light, making Heaven Lord Lin Mu, who was already unsteady, take a few steps back. Withdrawing his gaze, Edgeless nodded at Yi Shang and took out 2 pieces of silver-purple ore. There are only 2 pieces left. Take them and study them. Then, Wufeng turned and left treasure-seeking street. He's an Emperor Realm cultivator, but it's rare for him to care so much about the armor. Night Sorrow said. That's Emperor Wufeng. He's famous. Heaven Lord Lin Mu came to Night Sorrow's side. His face was full of shock. He still hadn't recovered from the shock. Emperor Realm? Night Sorrow looked at Lin Mu. He felt that Lin Mu should know more about Emperor Wufeng. Yes, he's an Emperor Realm cultivator. There's an Emperor Wufeng mansion in our ethereal imperial city. It has nothing to do with the 7 mansions. No one from the 7 mansions dared to provoke him. I don't know much about him, but when he was in the Emperor Realm, he had the strength to fight against an Emperor Realm cultivator. His name is his title. He has an edgeless sword that no one in the same realm could touch. Looks like he's very strong. But that's not important. Let's see if we can refine it well. Night Sorrow smiled. He had a good impression of Wufeng. Night Sorrow was very easygoing. From his attitude toward the armor, it could be seen that Wufeng was a very affectionate person. Heaven Master Night Sorrow, please don't destroy his armor. Repair it conservatively. Heaven Lord Lin Mu reminded Night Sorrow. He was afraid that Night Sorrow would destroy the armor and Wufeng would be angry. After returning to his residence, Night Sorrow entered the Dragon Cauldron to study Wufeng's armor. He had to understand it before he could repair it. Because they were of the same origin, Night Sorrow's soul power was of the void attribute. It was the purest. Therefore, the energy from the void star core iron couldn't harm Night Sorrow's soul power. Instead, it was suppressed by Night Sorrow's soul power. Yi Shang's soul power wandered within the armor, analyzing the structure of the array formation. As long as he could understand it, he would be able to repair the array formation within the armor. As he probed and studied, the circuits of the formation inside the armor appeared in Yi Shang's mind like a dense spiderweb. Time passed, and Night Sorrow studied it for 5 days. Night Sorrow had only understood a part of the array. After coming out of the Dragon Cauldron, Night Sorrow, Lu Yun, and Lu Yun continued to set. Seeing Yi Shang's arrival, many stall owners nodded in greeting. Night Sorrow's appearance spurred the pill business in treasure-seeking street. Everyone lowered the cost of refining pills and the price of pills. However, with more customers, the income wasn't bad. Ordinary pills couldn't be refined by Night Sorrow. There was no queue. Every stall owner had their own business. These stall owners were very envious of Night Sorrow. He lived a carefree life. When it was dark, he would pack up and leave. He wouldn't take any customers. After Night Sorrow received an order, he began refining in the back hall. Jiang Yu came over to take a look when he had nothing to do. Night Sorrow had Lu Yun receive him. Fortunately, Jiang Yu wasn't too arrogant. He drank some tea and left after a while. The days passed peacefully. However, Night Sorrow discovered some problems. People were watching him. They didn't refine pills or tools. They just wandered around his shop. Half a month passed. Night Sorrow studied Wufeng's armor in the Dragon Cauldron for more than 2 months. Night Sorrow told Lu Yun that he was busy for a few days. If he didn't show up, he wouldn't take any orders. Night Sorrow wanted to officially repair Wufeng's armor. If he couldn't stop halfway, he wouldn't take any orders. Yi Shang already had a thorough understanding of the formation of the armor. During this period of time, his cultivation in formations had increased by a lot as he studied the armor. He had also finished outlining the part of the formation that needed to be repaired in his mind. He melted the void star core iron, condensed it, and then repaired it. Before the material cooled down, he repaired the missing parts of the armor. Then, he started to outline the array formation diagram. Night Sorrow already had an idea of the array formation diagram. However, it was very complicated. That small area had to accommodate hundreds of array formations. It also had to be perfectly connected to the other areas of the armor. It was extremely difficult. Night Sorrow kept the repair part of the armor from cooling down. Then, he continued to draw the array formation diagram and the array formation diagram. This wasn't a small project. If Night Sorrow had refined a monarch weapon himself, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. The way he drew the array formation diagram was as smooth as flowing water. Right now, he was repairing and connecting the array formation. Night Sorrow didn't even know how many lines he needed to connect. Every time he finished drawing the array formation diagram and connecting the array formation diagram, Night Sorrow would complete it and make sure the array formation was smooth. Time slowly slipped away. The array formation in the empty areas of the armor became more and more complete. However, Night Sorrow purposely controlled the critical lines to not connect because once the array was activated, it would be very difficult to repair. 5 days later, Night Sorrow finished repairing the damaged areas of the armor. Then, he connected the critical areas of each array formation and activated it. As all the arrays were connected and activated, the armor glowed with light. It was obvious that it was no ordinary item. In truth, Night Sorrow knew that this armor was no longer an armor of the same tier. He didn't know what tier it had been in the past, but it had already crossed the threshold and was now an Emperor armament. However, Night Sorrow knew that while he was repairing an Emperor armament, he couldn't refine it. If he had to refine the array formation from start to finish, his spiritual energy and pill flame wouldn't be able to handle it. Holding the glowing armor, Night Sorrow returned to the real world. He took a bath and rushed to the stall. Lu Yun wasn't in the courtyard. When he arrived at the stall, Night Sorrow saw many people waiting. They all wanted to ask Night Sorrow to refine pills, weapons, and armor. Night Sorrow saw 2 familiar faces in the line. They were the people who had once watched him. One of them was at the front of the line and wanted to refine a saber. After thinking for a moment, Night Sorrow decided to accept because the person had a number plate and was at the front of the line. After collecting the fee and receiving the request, Night Sorrow began to refine. A saber was nothing to him. The days went by smoothly, and Night Sorrow accepted 2 orders. If it was a complicated one, he would take one. The 1-month deadline with Wufeng drew closer and closer. However, Night Sorrow also ran into trouble. 2 customers who had refined Night Sorrow's saber came looking for him, saying that Night Sorrow's saber was trash and that it was a lie. Night Sorrow lowered his head and pondered. These 2 were the people who had been watching him for the past few days. While Night Sorrow was pondering how to deal with this problem, Jiang Yu and Gong Xian arrived. Gong Xian was accompanied by Ghost Monkey. You said that your saber is of high quality, but it's just for show. An old man in luxurious clothes held a saber as he spoke. He was the first person to refine a saber after Night Sorrow had finished repairing Wufeng's armor. Go. I don't know. How did I offend the 2 of you? You were watching me first, but now you've come looking for trouble. If you have something to say, just say it. Night Sorrow raised his head and looked across the street at the azure-robed Wufeng. Speak. First update. Chapter 1546. Wufeng nodded at Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow turned his head to look at the old man in luxurious clothes. He knew that there were some things that had to be resolved today. The item you refined isn't good enough, so you have to compensate me. Otherwise, don't blame me for ruining your reputation, said the old man in luxurious clothes. Fellow Taoist, why are you so aggressive? Isn't there another way to resolve this matter? Gong Xian Yu stepped forward and said. So it's Miss Gong. I will definitely give face to Miss Gong, but he has to give an explanation, said the old man in luxurious clothes after glancing at Night Sorrow. That's right. We can give face to Miss Gong, but you have to give us an explanation, said another middle-aged man. Ha! There's no need for that. You don't have to give face to anyone. If you say that my item isn't good, then let the facts speak for themselves. However, I have to make it clear in advance. If the facts prove that you're looking for trouble, then I won't let it go. Yi Shang took a deep breath and shook his head helplessly. He had a pretty good idea of what had happened. If you're looking for trouble, then I'll deal with it, said Jiang Yu. There's no need for Miss Jiang to step in. This is the territory of Tsang Lan Manor. If there's no problem with my item and someone is looking for trouble, then I'll fight back. It's not considered causing trouble in the city, right? Night Sorrow looked at Jiang Yu. Of course not. Jiang Yu nodded. All right. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Since the two of you said that my item is trash, why don't you prove it? Night Sorrow looked at the two men who were looking for trouble. We're giving you a way out. Since you're so shameless, don't blame us for being rude. This is the saber you refined. The man raised his hand and slapped the saber in half. Ha! I'm shameless. Now you don't have any face even if you want to. Fellow Taoist, and that. I remember that the weapons in your hands were refined by me, right? Night Sorrow looked at the onlookers and said. My weapon was refined by Celestial Master Yi, but I didn't find any problems with it. A middle-aged woman stepped forward. Lend me your weapon. Night Sorrow nodded at the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman took out the sword and handed it to Night Sorrow. The weapons I forge have markings on them. Of course, those who aren't observant won't be able to discover them. I've thought about it before. Night Sorrow flicked the hilt of the sword with his finger, and the hilt of the sword glowed with light. The light rays arranged themselves in an orderly manner, forming the character of night. At this moment, everyone looked at the two men who were looking for trouble. The two men were also stunned. They didn't expect Night Sorrow to have such a trump card. There's no array on the handles of your weapons. You want to cause trouble, but you don't have a brain. What kind of trick does your master want to play with me? He's in the wrong place. Night Sorrow reached out and pulled out Splitter from his back. Then, he used Space Revolving Dragon Kill. Before the old man could react, Splitter pierced through his dantian and abdomen. Then, with a flick and a stab, the old man's head was cut open. It was fine if he didn't move, but when he did, he was like a thunderbolt. Once he attacked, he would kill. The other man ran away in a flash. He naturally understood that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. Escaping was the way to go. Night Sorrow got up and chased after him. However, he stopped after a few steps because there was already an outcome. Watch it for free for a long time. Wu Feng, who was standing on the opposite side of the street, drew a circle with his right hand and trapped the escaping man. Then, he casually punched with his right hand, and the imprisoned man immediately exploded. With a casual move, this heaven monarch was killed. Wu Feng raised his left hand and coughed. If you don't want to live, then die. Seeing Wu Feng walk over, Jiang Yu and Gong Xianyu bowed. You're here. Night Sorrow nodded at Wu Feng. Yes, that move was beautiful. Wu Feng finished speaking and walked to the back of the stall. Sorry for the lack of hospitality. Also, don't worry, everyone. The things I forge are worthy of my conscience. Elixirs are for eating, not playing with. Weapons and armor are closely related to a cultivator's life. I won't joke about it. Night Sorrow cupped his hands at the group of people and then instructed Lu Yun to take orders according to the order. After making the arrangements, Night Sorrow nodded at Jiang Yu and glanced at Gong Xianyu before entering the back of the stall. I'm just here for a walk today. Don't feel pressured, and don't think about a month, Wu Feng said to Night Sorrow. My lord values that armor very much. I understand that very well. Naturally, I can't ignore it. Night Sorrow took the tea set and poured a pot of tea. Then, he took out the armor and placed it on the table in front of Wu Feng. Seeing the shining armor, Wu Feng stood up and reached out to touch it. His eyes were filled with shock. The old celestial master who forged this armor was in bad condition back then, so I didn't want to trouble him to repair it. When his nascent soul collapsed and he died, I thought there was no hope. I didn't expect you to be able to restore it to its original state. Looking at the energy, it seems there's still room for improvement, Wu Feng said. He was clearly surprised by this result. My lord, it's good that you're satisfied. There's still some Nihility Starcore iron left. Night Sorrow took out the remaining Nihility Starcore iron and placed it in front of Wu Feng. Wu Feng didn't take back the materials. Instead, he focused all his attention on the armor. The artifact spirit was injured back then and fell into hibernation. Now that the formation has been repaired and is operating again, it can naturally absorb energy to recover. It's just a matter of time, Night Sorrow said. Very good. I can feel it. Beautiful, beautifully restored. Edgeless raised his head and looked at Night Sorrow. My lord, it's good that you're satisfied, Night Sorrow said with a smile. I told you last time that you could just call me Brother Wu Feng. Although I'm only here to take a look, I've already prepared your reward. Wu Feng took out a jade slip and handed it to Yishang. His way of addressing himself had also changed a little. Thank you for your help, Brother Wu Feng. Night Sorrow stood up and received the jade slip with both hands. This is the primordial chaos art. Its main purpose is to assist in cultivation. With detailed guidance, it's very good for your foundation. It's most suitable for you to use the primordial chaos art to build your foundation after entering the 9th rank. With a good foundation, you won't have to worry about not having a suitable cultivation art, Wu Feng said to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow understands. Night Sorrow cupped his hands at Wu Feng. Night Sorrow, a good name. You don't have to take any orders today. Let's go to a restaurant and have a drink. Wu Feng was in a good mood. All right. Then I won't work today. I'll accompany Brother Wu Feng for a drink. Night Sorrow was also very happy that Wu Feng was satisfied with the repaired armor. Night Sorrow asked Wu Feng to put away the Void Star Core iron. Wu Feng only smiled and said that he would send Night Sorrow off. All of this happened in a moment. Night Sorrow and Wu Feng came out. The onlookers had yet to disperse. Jiang Yu and Gong Xianyu were still there. I'm very sorry for today's incident, but thank you for your trust. Lu Yun took 2 orders today. I'll go out for a drink and come back to refine. Miss Jiang, I won't be receiving you today. Night Sorrow cupped his hands at the onlookers. After giving some instructions to Lu Yun, he greeted Jiang Yu and ignored Gong Xianyu. At this time, Gong Xianyu's expression was very ugly. She naturally knew what was going on. Speak. The second update has arrived. Last night, both of my computer's hard drives crashed. Now I'm typing on my laptop, so it's slower. I still have to repair my computer. The afternoon update is set for 1 o'clock.